unlock these very opportunities. All the leaders that will walk up on the stage will share their experiences and all talk on these very topics. If you have any inputs to give, any questions to ask, please feel free. But very importantly, we have to be careful of the time frame as well. अगर आपको मौका नहीं मिलता है कोई सवाल पूछने का, you can take your questions offline as well. To officially open the day and set the context of what lies ahead, please join me in welcoming Mr. Anant Nath, President of Association of Indian Magazines and Executive Publisher of Delhi Press, to the stage. And before we welcome sir, a little bit of introduction about him. Mr. Nath is the President of Association of Indian Magazines, also the editor of the Caravan and the Executive Publisher of Delhi Press magazine, the current President of Editors Guild of India, the senior most body of journalists and editors in this very country. With your smiles and with your josh and with your applause, please join me in welcoming Mr. Nath to the stage.
Thank you, Aditya. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to what is again becoming an annual tradition of Indian magazines, the 14th Indian Magazine Congress. As all of you know, we of course took a small hiatus during the COVID years. The Magazine Association, I think now is completing more than 20 years. It was, I think, established in 2002, if I'm right. And very soon, I mean, of course, the idea being to bring together interest of magazine publishers, which was otherwise, umbrellaed under the larger INS body, which is, of course, our great patron, great supporter. And the association was formed about 20 years ago to sort of give shape, forum to the unique concerns of magazines. And unique they've turned out to be, because as the landscape has evolved, as we evolved, faced our challenges, both within the industry, from outside world, magazines seem to be finding or being forced to find a rhythm of their own, which is distinctive from the challenges that maybe the remaining print industry is facing. And therefore, the Association of Magazines we at Association have been, very proactive in addressing those issues. In the post-COVID years, of course, that was the time, very dark years. But I must say, all the publishers came together. Srini was the president at that time, and he rallied all of us together in 2021 or 2022 beginning. I still remember when he took on the presidency, we made a ritual amongst a few of us to have a weekly call. And I think that carried on for almost 6 to 8 months. Oftentimes, those calls would be nothing else but to give each other solace, because there were no solutions to be found. I mean, magazines were not being printed. There was no advertising. It was a weekly therapy session, I think, that many of us were doing almost for 5 to 6 months. And that really helped us, as that movie, Tare Zameen, no, which one? All is well. All is well. I mean, even if the world is going down, you got to tell yourself, all is well. You got to fool yourself. And I think we did that, Chini. I must give you all the credit and thanks for leading the association in those tough times. Manoj knows that. Indranil is perhaps not here, and Dhaval and Girish and then Riyadh. All of us have been, and Anurag, of course. I hope Anurag is here. He'll be joining soon. We all actually have come together. It's been a great fun, I must say. Of all the associations that I have seen, I've been part of it. Magazine Association has been really the most fun journey, I must say. The most difficult one, for obvious reasons, but also the most fun one. Now, obviously, we're at a time, I mean, we can't underscore or overemphasize the problems we are facing. Time when, media is, of course, state of flux, content is everywhere, platforms multiply by the day. AI-generated content is, of course, taking away all our work, many of the jobs, not just for us, for every other media. The definition of publishing, content creation, community building are all at stake. And therefore, the question, the very, very relevant question, what is a magazine? Because this is a question asked every year, or ever so often, not every year, every day, often to our advertising teams. What is a magazine? What are you guys doing? And I mean, there are multiple answers to it. And one answer that at least I personally believe in, and I think most of us do believe in, that magazine, whilst of course in the true form was a physical product, a magazine in printed pages, but a magazine is also a metaphor. It's a metaphor for pause, for perspective, and for purpose. A magazine content which is produced through a certain editorial robustness, through a certain process, by giving some time to the content we are putting out, by allowing, by not getting tempted away of being the fastest fingers first and responding immediately to the breaking news, often at the peril of what perhaps should be not just true journalism, but just true content. Uh, Magazine allows you that space, that process to think through, to think of your reader, to not get caught up with the purpose that your content is meant for everybody. It is not meant for everybody. It is meant for a very certain select audience. Knowing what that audience is, knowing what that niche is, knowing what they want from you, knowing what they don't want for you, knowing what you cannot do and what you can do. That is what a magazine as a metaphor is. And I think, and we'll of course, this is a very complex thing. I mean, a lot of speakers are there who will talk about this. Our opening address, Neeraj is going to talk about it at length. And of course, many others will speak about it. That somehow what is the disadvantage of magazine? That we are slow, we produce less amount of content, we engage in small readership, can actually turn into an advantage, because the the quest for fast-paced content, the quest for large audiences, it's a game where original content publishers or creators, not even publishers, creators are not winning. Very, very few may be winning, but a large majority are not winning. It doesn't matter if you have huge millions, tens of millions of audiences online, you will not get enough advertising. It doesn't matter, you might be the fastest one to create a content. Readers will not, or viewers will not come to your website. They will search on Google, they will search on Perplexity, they will search wherever they're searching, and they will remain in that browser. They will not even come to your website. So what's the point of creating the fastest content? I mean, of course, somebody has to create it, but the fact that you're not creating the fastest content, the fact that you're not creating content by the minute, the fact that you're not creating content for everybody can be an advantage for us. And that's where magazine as a metaphor is something we need to keep in mind. We think we live in a world where, of course, big tech is informing the way media and consumption habits are being, taking place. I mean, we can't, dissociate with the reality that big tech is creating the contours within which we live. But one can look at the pessimistic view that since big tech is ruling the roost, there is no space for the more thoughtful small content. Or you can create a different way to look at it. And I think of this writer, Joseph Schumacher, who wrote a book called Small is Beautiful. And his thesis was that, economic systems which are driven by pursuit of unlimited growth, large scale production, profit maximization, are fundamentally unsustainable, both environmentally and socially. And therefore, the thesis that small is beautiful, small enterprises, small units, more human scale, decentralized units, has a value of its own. Both will coexist. It's not to say one versus the other. But just because for the time being, we are driven, we are, sort of certain fascination with the large scale, doesn't mean that the end user doesn't want a place for solace. The end user doesn't want certain care, certain empathy. They want it. They want that. They want every benefit that large scale big tech allows. But at the same time, we also want a space for ourselves. We want a community for ourselves. We want somebody to empathize what me as a person and either a few thousands or maybe a few hundred thousands. And the number has to be that small as well. It can be that small as well. Within that small confine, I have a certain information and entertainment need. And that's where a magazine has perhaps a much better chance. I think some of us need to also, and I was talking to Srini in the morning, that oftentimes we make the mistake. In 90s and 2000s, we all had circulations which were hundreds of thousands, sometimes even millions. And our scale, our memory is that, okay, if we are not that, then we are doomed. And today we might be, much smaller. But can that small be sustainable? The quest should not be scale. The quest should be sustainability. The quest should be creating more value, giving more value to readers with that small scale. And that's possible. That's possible. We all have examples in our own publishing houses. There are enough and more examples around the world where a smaller publication with a very deep reach, with higher revenue from each user, far higher ARPU than what the tech giants will tell us, far, far higher, and built on an offline model of both print and events, is turning out to be sustainable. 2 years ago, if some of you remember, we had a publisher from Netherlands who was running a farming magazine. And that guy, if you remember, his print run is not more than 2,500 copies. Because he says in Netherlands, the number of farmers who speak Dutch is not more than 10, 15,000. And he's reaching some 2,500, 3,000 of those. And within that, he's creating events, he's creating community, he's charging subscription, and he's running a sustainable model. Now that's the example we need to stay with. Talking about books, another book that I read 5, 6 years ago was a book called Merchants of Truth, written by the former executive editor of New York Times, Jill Abramson. The book is about the transformative journalism through stories of 4 enterprises: the New York Times, Washington Post, the Vice, and BuzzFeed. 2 very old, classical, 100-year-plus publishing houses, and 2 new age, digital, savvy publishing houses. Book was written in 2019. That was the height of Vice and BuzzFeed. Everybody was saying, go the Vice route, go the BuzzFeed route, go the Huffington Post route. We were all trying to do that. Many of us were trying to do that. 6 years later, what has happened? There is probably no Vice, and there is probably no BuzzFeed, or if they are there, they're in a very, very, very small shadow of what they were. New York Times, on the other hand, which 12 years ago was almost at the brink of bankruptcy, to the point that they sold their iconic tower on Times Square to a Mexican billionaire, I think Carlos Slim, to manage their operations, and leased back, I think, about 5 to 10 floors from him to run their office. That was the point of New York Times. 150 years later of founding in early 2010s, selling off the prime real estate to run their operations. Today, they have about 11 million subscribers, and they say officially that we don't see a problem for the next 10 to 15 years running cash flow positive. Washington Post, another storied newspaper, of course, now owned by Jeff Bezos, for sure. Of course, having to deal with problems of an owner whose heart is not in journalism, whose heart in pleasing the president. But still, the newspaper has done quite well. In fact, post-Trump years, the Post had a huge Trump bump. Subscriptions, rose dramatically, and the paper remains one of the paper of records. So there is success. There is stories of success there, and we have to sort of keep on, remaining faith. Keep our faith alive. At the same time, there is this hope. There's a sobering, some word of caution as well, that even magazines and traditional publishers can go down the route of, break fast and grow big. And I just recently got a copy. I haven't yet read the book. I read the review. There's a book called Empire of the Elite. It's a recently published book. It's the history of Condé Nast. I read the detailed review of the book, and basically it's all about how Condé Nast, which was at the height of its glory in 1980s in US, became too big for itself. So there is sobering note on both sides. The point is that, if we get caught up with remaining wedded to a certain idea, a certain scale, we will do it at our own peril. If we get caught up with following the advice or, rules of the game laid out by somebody else, which in this case, of course, the big tech, it will be at our peril. We're at a time where the need amongst us is to figure out how do we build those small, focused, nurtured communities. And those small could be few thousands. I mean, we run a magazine called Caravan. It's got a very small subscription. It's now a sustainable magazine. A few thousand, a few tens of thousand public subscriptions is sustainable to many hundred thousands. And there are enough and more examples. And therefore, the number one priority for us is to keep building subscription, keep building direct relationship with our readers, whether a paid subscription or an unpaid subscription. A relationship is the most important thing, because Google and Facebook and Perplexity will not help us. They are asking, We have to move away from a place of deep seek and, perplex mechanisms to finding deep connect. And that's where our theme of the conference has been. And towards that, I think, I'll keep it short now. The association is proud to, share a lot of initiatives that we have launched in the last. We're launching today, which have been at work for the last almost 3 to 4 years, and all of them have been towards strengthening the subscription economy. There is no secret that India as a publishing economy was a news-driven economy. Newsstands have vanished. Newsstands are being diminishing. But in the last 4 years, the association and all the members have worked very hard to strengthen the subscription economy. We started with overhauling the magazine delivery system with the introduction of Magazine Post with India Post, a service that has brought about a paradigm improvement in the quality, in the efficiency, although at a higher cost than regular post, but much lower than what speed post charges. After taking care of the delivery mechanisms, a lot of partnerships have been created with various online players, actually. Surprisingly, online has become an ally for us to find subscribers. Blinkit has become one of our major partners now for on-demand sales. And Blinkit has launched magazine store in almost 10 cities. I think they have a plan to take it to some 30, 40 cities. Of course, there are talks with Amazon is selling magazines. There are talks with Zepto. There are 3 more launches that we are planning today. Prasar Bharati, one of our partners for the event, many of you know, has launched the Waves OTT, which is fast becoming, sort of India's own version or the government's version of live streaming or streaming content. Today, we are proud to announce that a magazine store will be launched on Waves. ONDC, many of you are aware of the Open Network for Digital Commerce, which has brought together dozens of buyer-side apps and hundreds and thousands of maybe seller-side apps. We are launching a magazine store on ONDC on Digi-Art. The Indian Railways itself we've been working with Indian Railways to expand the availability of magazines, and very pleased to share that for the last 2 months we've been running a pilot on 2 of the premium trains called Tejas for selling magazines in the train. And today we'll have somebody from IRCTC announce about this and the plan to expand availability of magazines across maybe a few hundred premium trains. So the effort is to make sure that the customer can buy a magazine. And in all these instances, our experience has been that when you make the magazine available, a print or a digital subscription to a magazine, to a reader at no cost to them and at convenience to them, the chance of subscription is far higher than what we would imagine. We don't need to get carried away by this sort of myth that everybody wants free content, everybody wants superficial content. People want deep content, they are willing to pay for it. It's our duty to make sure that that availability is at every nook and corner, every platform that they are in, and the delivery and service of our product is seamless. So friends, it's a call to action. I think it's not a time to be pessimistic. I think it's time to be optimistic. Magazines do have a future. And I think, before I call the next speaker, who's Neeraj, and I think he will share a far more detailed analysis of what is the space of magazines today. I think in our own wisdom, if we keep the first principles at the heart of our publishing decisions, we'll be surprised to see the results that magazines can offer. And a little bit more about the conference. I mean, we have a full day of programming. We have these launches in the middle of the day. And of course, we'll end the day with Maximize Awards, with Anurag's team has put together very, very diligently. It's the revival of awards, which was sort of last held in 2016. I must thank everybody who's helped us organize today's event, to start with Anurag and his team at E4M. There are too many names there because at one time there were some 10 people associated in organizing the events, Pragya for the awards, and Tushar and many other people in putting the show together. And of course, all the members, my office bearers, Srini, Dhaval, Riyadh, Manoj, and Girish, where is he? For being the circle of trust as we sort of face the daily challenges that we do. And before I invite Neeraj, I would like to just play a small message from our international partner, FIPP. FIPP, the International Federation of Periodical Publishers, is celebrating its 100th year this year at Madrid. Like AIM, they've been the global organization giving space and forum to publishers' challenges and opportunities. And if we can play the message from Alistair, the chief of FIPP.
Namaste and greetings to all my friends and colleagues in India. I'm very disappointed not to be able to be with you this year, but I wanted to take some short time on this video to introduce you to an event we are very excited about that's coming up later this year. In October, something truly special is happening in the global media landscape. FIP World Media Congress 2025. And this year, it's being held in the vibrant city of Madrid, Spain, from the 21st to the 23rd of October. If you're in publishing, media, or content, this is one event you really can't afford to miss. 2025 marks a century of FIP, and this Congress is a celebration of 100 years of global media leadership. Delegates can expect deep dives into the future of publishing, covering AI, monetization, audience growth, creator economy strategies, innovative approaches to publishing, and much, much more, as well as a vibrant and lively series of networking events, social events, and cultural visits around Madrid and Spain. You'll hear from world-renowned media leaders from the likes of Time, The Economist, Wired, the BBC, Vicatan, The Atlantic, Semaphore, and many, many more, all sharing strategies that are going to be shaping the next 100 years. And it all happens in Madrid, a cultural capital where innovation and tradition meet. The historic Círculo de Bellas Artes, right in the very heart of Madrid, will be our venue. And with media leaders from over 40 countries, this really will be a one-of-a-kind international experience. Now, here's the great news for you as Indian publishers. FIP and AIM have partnered up to offer a special discounted rate exclusively for members of AIM and publishers in India. This is your chance to join a truly global community of media professionals, meet potential partners, explore global trends, and represent the strength and creativity of Indian publishing on the world stage. We'd love to have you join us. So don't wait. Check out fipcongress.com for more details and information to plan your trip, and then register through AIM to access your special India-only rate and be part of this historic Congress. Let's bring Indian publishing to the global spotlight and shape the future together. Please do contact Anant for more details and to register your interest in joining the delegation of Indian publishers at our event. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice Congress.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sanath, for the opening address. And as you said in its metaphorical sense, today is all about finding our purpose. While we take a pause, we smile. And please join me in welcoming a first speaker to help us in doing the same. The topic for the session is putting magazines back into popular imagination. And to share his views on the same, let's please welcome Mr. Neeraj Sharma, MD, CMT, Accenture. So before you begin, I'm so sorry. Hey, what happened to your Josh? It's early morning, guys. Try again, no? Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Anant, thank you for inviting me here. And more importantly, thank you for that amazing opening, because mera aadha kaam to aapne hi kar diya hai. So if I just summarize what you said, my speech is done. I'll go back, sit there. And I really want to start with that summary, right? Reel ki duniya hai na, so we have to start with really brief. Putting magazines back into popular imagination. Make them visible, make them available. Focus on niches. Monetize your audience through multiple vehicles, not just advertising and subscription. Utna kar liya, kaam ho jayega. That's the summary. Okay. Now for the longer version, next 25 minutes. This is a topic which is very close to my heart. I grew up in a family, where magazines were all around us, and therefore it makes me very nostalgic every time I talk about magazines. Conferences like this, by the way, also make me nostalgic because they always take me back to this slide 9 years ago, which my boss presented at one of a similar gatherings for the telecom industry. At that time, अच्छा उससे पहले क्या हो रहा था 10 साल तक the telecom industry was growing simply by selling more SIMs because there was so much demand in the market. You just pump SIMs in the market and you will get growth. But by 2012, 2013, that growth had started stagnating. By 2016, that industry had not grown for almost 3-4 years at more than 4-5%. An industry which was growing at triple digits for the decade before that. So everyone was obviously worried कि growth आएगी कहाँ से? And they said, this 4G is going to be the next answer for us. We'll get growth from 4G because people will pay for data. Accenture had done an analysis for 4G deployments in 3 major countries at that time, and we presented the results, which I'll show to you in a moment. The results were essentially this, that once a consumer moves from analog to digital, their average revenue per user drops to almost half of what it actually originally was. This is what data is saying to us. We have analyzed data from 3 different countries. Guess what was the reaction of the gathering in the room? Disbelief. India is a different country. India में ऐसा नहीं होगा. 2016 December, Jio launched on the back of a digital-only platform, 4G through Jio. एक साल बाद, exactly that happened. And everyone started blaming Jio rather than realizing that this is the reality of the digital world. So I didn't present this slide, my boss presented. I had the opportunity to present. I had the opportunity to present this slide at a media industry gathering, where I showed to them, I was talking about, देखिए, digital video is going to take away the growth of TV, as is happening in 3-4 developed countries already. US में हो गया है, Australia में हो गया है, Canada में हो गया है. The growth of digital is coming at the expense of TV. Guess what was the reaction of this gathering? Disbelief. By the way, I was smart this time. इससे ये दिखाने से पहले मैंने पिछला स्लाइड दिखाया था, बोल के कि देखो टेलीकॉम में I showed the slide and this is what the reaction was. So they didn't say India is a different country. This time they said media is a different industry. I said okay. I said हाँ. And they said देखो ना इंडिया में तो अभी भी टीवी भी 10% पे ग्रो कर रहा है, डिजिटल 30% पे ग्रो कर रहा है, अमेजिंग. I said हाँ, उससे पहले टीवी 15% पे ग्रो कर रहा था and डिजिटल कम जब ग्रो कर रहा था, but the growth of digital is coming at the expense of. So that's true for every single industry everywhere, that migration to digital erodes existing value. Analog rupees get traded for digital paise. I am a firm believer in the physical print copy of magazine. You will find it easier to make profits through print rather than through digital. Okay. If I say nothing else, just remember this. Just remember this one line, that you'll find it easier to make money through print than through digital. Why? So migration to digital, almost in every single industry, it erodes existing value. And new value does get created, but incumbents are almost never well positioned to capture that new value. Someone else captures new value, which is already happening. This is 3-year-old data, 2-year-old data. The size of creator economy in the country is 2 years ago was already twice the revenue of all the digital revenue of news and magazine publishers put together. And creator economy essentially हमको ही तो replace कर रही है. मतलब what are creators offering, what we were offering earlier in different formats. Why is this happening? Why is this value migration happening and we are not able to tap it? Because one, of course, big tech. So big tech, our advertising revenue streams are, as advertising is moving to digital, we are losing money to big tech. The second reason, the second revenue stream of subscription on digital, we, by the way, did an analysis of the 450 million people in the country. Of the 450 million people in the country, about 3% have ever paid for subscription in their life, which is actually a very large number if you think of it. 3% of 450 million is a pretty large number of people who have paid for digital subscriptions. The problem is that even those who have paid for digital subscriptions are not happy with it. There are too many things to subscribe to. You get too little value out of it. Subscription khatam kab ho raha hai, shuru kab ho raha hai. All those problems cause subscription fatigue. So, of course, these are the external reasons. The real reason why we don't make money online, why nobody, by the way, makes money on digital, is because of this 4I framework. There is no one example of any company in any industry which has made money online without first pumping in tons of money for half a decade or more. The reason this happens is this 4I framework, which we talk a lot about. Information, insight, interaction, intention, capture are the 4 I's. If you go left to right, leftmost is the most commoditized, rightmost is the most premium. Information and insight are primarily driven around content. Legacy media companies are very good around creating information and insight, but information and insight generates a lot of eyeballs. However, money is made not through content, but through features and techniques around understanding who your consumer is, what do they want, what are they willing to buy in the market, what is of interest for them, so on and so forth. And that is not dependent on content. It is dependent on features and techniques to understand who your audience is. Digital native companies are very good at the third and fourth high, but even they don't make money online, by the way, because they have the tools to convert traffic into money, but they don't have traffic. Legacy media companies have traffic, but we don't have the tools to convert the traffic into money. The only people who have been relatively successful in converting content to commerce are YouTubers and TikTokers, because they curate their audience as a community. They curate their audience as a community and they be the bridge between content and commerce. Now, I want to give you a couple of examples of how anything can be converted into a full 4I property. My favorite example is a show जो 11 तारीख को दोबारा शुरू ही होने वाला है, कौन बनेगा करोड़पति. Nice show, very highly engaging show. टीवी पे आता था तब भी सक्सेसफुल ही था, especially अमिताभ बच्चन के साथ तो सक्सेसफुल हमेशा से ही था. They went further and they created insights around it. Okay, this thing is jumping all over the place. Can you control from there? Okay, I got it there. So they created a book called the official Kaun Banega Crorepati handbook, which is, if you buy the book and you read it, you will have a better chance to make it to the hot seat and all that. That was also fine because it was still information and insights only. The real boom to Kaun Banega Crorepati came when they launched the Play Along app on Sony Live, originally on the Jio Mobile and then on the Sony Live app. Is everyone familiar with the Play Along concept of Kaun Banega Crorepati? Is anyone still watching Kaun Banega Crorepati on TV, by the way? One hand, two hands. Maybe your parents are still watching. If you go back and sit with them, your parents probably are watching. And when they are watching it, they're also playing, people in their 60s, 70s are playing Play Along on their mobile phones when the game happens on TV. So when the show is happening, the same questions you can answer, you get points out of it, and you feel good about yourself because now in your city, you're ranked number 75 and nationally you're ranked 3,515, right? So you feel that matter of pride about yourself. They can take it to the next level, which they haven't, which is by integrating commerce into it. All the points that I have earned by playing the game, what am I doing with it? Can I get a discount on Make My Trip by answering a right question about where are Bhimbetka caves A, B, C, D? And I get a 10% discount, which Make My Trip would have anyway given me. But because I've earned the right to get that discount, my ability to convert or my proclivity to convert those points into that discount is going to be much higher, right? Of course, you will say TV hai, already digital se aligned medium hai, aasan hai. We tried doing something and we failed spectacularly, by the way. In my favorite example of this thing we tried last year during the general elections called constituency. My brainchild, failure is completely mine. I would love to own it here on the stage. I used to be a quizzer, so we said, yaar, dekho, har election mein, har constituency ke baare mein, information about what the constituency is, to dete hi hai na. who's standing from this party, from that party, what are the key issues, वो information सब देते हैं. मैं अपनी constituency के बारे में पढ़ लेता हूँ, बाकी किसी में मेरा interest नहीं है. What if we could convert this into a Wordle-like game and show one constituency every day, get people to guess which constituency it is, and after the right guess or after 5 failed attempts, get them to the same information that you would have given to them as pure information. Now gamify the whole thing, create interaction. The game turned out very well. I loved it, by the way, because मैंने ही तो design किया था, तो मुझे तो बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा था, बहुत मजा भी आ रहा था. We took it to a national news media company. They put it on the platform. 2 reasons it failed. Number one, which I will say the primary reason, they promoted it not at all. You did not even know the game existed. You had to discover, even if you knew the game exists, you have to search for it and go there. So it's not prominently visible. That's the bigger problem. The smaller problem, which I own, is that this game was designed for Neeraj Sharma, not for the audience. Right? Because किसको पता है कौन से स्टेट का बॉर्डर बना हुआ है यहाँ पे? मतलब, I know Maharashtra because मैं excited हूँ, but not everyone is excited about it. The game was too difficult for people to play. We pivoted from it. We worked with a Tamil news company, print newspaper, and on their website, we put out a game called Area King. This was a visual pivot to the same concept. Instead of guessing by looking at a map, you guess using photographs about that constituency. So Madurai is famous for Jigar Tanda, the drink. So the first photo here you see is Jigar Tanda. Then after that, if you fail to get a guess, you get another visual clue. Visual clues were much easier for the audience. 1/3 of the daily active users of the app played the game. But more importantly, and of course, there are only 40 constituencies in Tamil Nadu plus Puducherry. So after 40 days, we finished the game. We started getting callbacks saying, why are you not showing more constituencies? That's the kind of demand we were getting. The important thing is that a user who plays this game logs in. So now you know who exactly that user is. On digital, that's the number one problem. You don't know who your reader is, right? So now, this digital is a completely different game. And bad news is that the kind of muscles this game requires, most media companies currently don't have. This ability to pivot from X to visual, this ability to iterate, most media companies don't have that muscle. The worst news is that it takes a lot of time and money to build that muscle. Okay. However, the good news is, and I'm sure you weren't expecting for me to use this phrase that there is good news, because you were like, एक और आ गया है prophet of doom to tell us कि हाँ हम सब मरने वाले हैं, हमें तो पता है ना, तो why are you telling that? But there is not only good news, there is better news also. From here on, it's only good news. Good news is that it is much easier to build a 4i product if you go verticalized. If you build depth, and magazines are already designed to be vertical, right? So this is an analysis we did for one of our clients last year, where we said, look, of all the cohorts in the country, can we plot them in which are the most monetizable ones and which are the largest ones? And they were only focused on the monetization magnets, right? The top right corner. But it doesn't matter whether you're in top right corner or bottom left corner, because small is indeed beautiful. If you have even 100,000 engaged customers, you can monetize them and be profitable more than anyone else can. So good news is that you're already primed to succeed in the new world. Better news is that there is an opportunity window for high trust, premium phygital experiences, premium content and phygital experiences, because we ran research this year. The report will be published either in November or December. We are seeing that digital fatigue is setting in. 72% of Indian internet users feel overwhelmed by the volume of content. This year, we have already seen the volume of social video drop, per capita consumption of social video drop by 28%. Digital fatigue is real. Gen Z is shying away from digital, contrary to popular expectation. Even on dating, they don't want to date on digital apps. They may start the conversation on the Tinder, Hinge, whatever, but they would, within 1 or 2 conversation points, they want to move offline. That's better news. The best news is that there are 150 million, 15 crore Hindustani hai who can afford curation and credibility. चाहिए तो सबको ही क्यूरेशन एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी, सब अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, बट इंडिया वन, द टॉप 10%, 15 crore people, they can afford it. But how do you tap into this opportunity? To tap into this opportunity, you will have to really rethink the way you operate. You know, in the starting I said build visibility, build availability, cater to niches. सुन के तो बहुत आसान लग रहा है, आपको भी पता ही है यही करना है, और आप बोल रहे हो नहीं रहा है भाई मुझसे. My product is perishable, I'm trying to get through, go through certain channel, the channel is not responding to me because it requires a different muscle to be built. वो थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, muscle build हो जाएगा. But the more important thing is you must truly own the readers. Don't worry about crores of reach. Please, as magazines, don't worry, in terms of reporting, I have these many millions of MAUs. Don't worry about that. Worry about building lakhs of true fans. If you have even a few 100,000 true fans, you are worth your weight in gold. To build that true followership, you have to do three things. You have to own the consumer's experience across print, digital, and physical. You must serve them across all three channels, not just one. Number two is you must treat them as a community and you should own the community. Number three is own the platform. मेरे ही जैसे कुछ लोगों ने 3 साल 4 साल पहले आके आपको बोला होगा कि यूट्यूब पे और इंस्टाग्राम पे अपना चैनल खोल लीजिए, अपना हैंडल खोल लीजिए एंड बिल्ड अ फॉलोअरशिप देयर. और आप में से कुछ लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत करके यू वुड हैव बिल्ट 3 मिलियन 4 मिलियन 5 मिलियन का ऑडियंस भी बिल्ड कर दिया. दैट ऑडियंस मीन्स नथिंग टू यू because they are all the customers of that big tech platform. You don't even have the email addresses of those people. You can't send a WhatsApp message to them. You don't own own that audience. You don't own that platform. It's a very different game. And what kind of a game it is where you don't even know the rules. Instagram का algorithm का rule क्या है पता ही नहीं है मुझको. And not only do you not know the rules because they don't publish it, they are very open to changing it every 3 months. So ऐसा खेल क्यों खेले हम जिसमें ना तो रूल बता रहे हो ना रूल मेरे कंट्रोल में, जब मन आ रहा है चेंज कर रहे हो. So what some people did is there's a platform called Nebula. Are you familiar with this platform called Nebula? Anyone has ever heard of it? So some YouTube streamers, serious streamers, most of their content is magazine-like content. They created their own platform called Nebula. Streaming is a very, very difficult business to be profitable in. Nebula is profitable from year 3 onwards. One of the very few platforms, streaming video platforms globally, which is profitable and that early. An even better example is 01 network. By the way, again, are you familiar with the 01 network by Zerodha? I think in the next 5 years, from a cultural relevance perspective, they are going to be your #1 competition. They are doing everything which I would have wanted to come and tell you to do it. अगर मेरी और बात आपको ना भी सुनिए हो मत सुनिए, आप बस जाके Zerodha का वेबसाइट एक बार देख लीजिए, 01 का ऐप डाउनलोड कर लीजिए. It will not look like a magazine app. They don't give you content, they give you missions. Today's mission, that's how their app talks to you. It's quite a unique thing, right? So look it up how they're monetizing their audiences. First of all, they're right now in the process of building a community. So they have digital, they have events, and they are creator led. So they are not 01 the media company, they are a 01 network. They have tied up with a bunch of creators and they're amplifying those creators rather than putting their own content out. Okay. And they're very, very focused. New age media network, which demystifies money. So very focused on a niche, demystifying money through data-backed storytelling. Okay. But if you want to replicate the same thing, you will need a new approach to content, a new approach to product, a new approach to distribution, and a new approach to monetization. I'll explain what does that mean. Content 4i enabled, the example that I gave, don't just serve information, serve all the 4 eyes. Think from your portfolio should be able to give you all 4 eyes, not just 1 eye or 2 eyes, not just information, not just insight, but information, insight, interaction, intent, capture all 4. You have to start thinking video first, even if you are a print first company. Okay, which means that the content that you create must be multi-format, multi-platform. That 1500 word article that you wrote for your print magazine, very nice. I love it. Neeraj Sharma, the 45-year-old man, Accenture MD, loves it. But the 23-year-old Gen Zer would not know about that print until they look at a reel about it on one of their favorite platforms. You should also have a 15-minute video version of it on YouTube for someone who wants to consume video only. So there should be a LinkedIn carousel post about the same content out there. That's how you'll become culturally relevant. So multi-format, multi-platform for the same content. And lastly is, engage influencers as much as you can. This is the new weapons race. Getting the right influencers. Don't worry about A-listers. A-listers are as expensive as Shah Rukh Khan. Look at micro and nano influencers, the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 influencers. Okay, in terms of product, and by the way, content, keep building your own whatever you want to build, because content is the forte that you have. On product, your websites, search to ja hi raha hai, traffic khatam hi ho raha hai. Your websites, if not designed as a pull-based approach, will not do well. The customer must remember कि मुझे XYZ magazine की website पे जाना है. They will have to type that's how much pull you'll have to create, which will require one great UI UX design, but also a lot of marketing done towards that end. Aggregated apps. Real estate on mobile phone is more expensive than Amrita Shergill Marg. It is very, very difficult to convince anyone to make space on their mobile phone for your app, and therefore try not to build your independent apps. Okay, try and figure out how you can get into an aggregated app, but it has to be different than Magster. The experience has to be different. You will also have to work on gamified microproducts, which one example I gave was the constituency thing. You will have to work on building customer data platforms for better analytics capabilities. That's on the product side. On monetization, again, very different approach has to be taken, because you have to work on advanced advertiser outreach. It's not just ad sales. Why does big tech do well in ad sales? Because their ad tech stacks are far superior. They are attuned for the right word, but can you outreach advertisers in a different way? Next is subscriptions and memberships. Don't limit yourself to just subscriptions, build membership programs. Subscriptions are for services. Memberships are to clubs. Some of you in this room might be members of the Young Presidents Organization. Is everyone familiar with the Young President Organization? Quick show of hands, how many of you know? Right? Some of you must be members of it. Why isn't there an equivalent of that for 25 to 35-year-old non-presidents? Why can't one of you build that membership program? The kind of loyalty you'll get from there is amazing. Studios and events, commerce is a great opportunity for you, because the moment you have 100,000 engaged users, you can monetize them through commerce, your own commerce and third-party commerce, which is what creators do. The reason influencer economy is large is not because their videos earn them money. It's because their merch makes them money, their own and third-party merch. Distribution is the biggest moat to crack, again, for magazines. Print availability through through QSR we talked about. So the kind of partnerships you are talking about, it will be a tough problem to solve. It won't solve on its own, because in this magazines business, returns is a big problem. But who has a bigger returns problem? Apparel sellers. 40% of their products are returned, and their biggest emphasis is on how to reduce the return volume. तो अगर returns हो रहा है तो problem नहीं है, वो problem को मतलब it's a problem to be solved, it's not a problem to be dissuaded by. Digital visibility. You have to be visible wherever your TG is. LinkedIn, Snapchat. Snapchat is struggling on its own to become relevant with the 25 to 35 age group people. What if we could give them vehicles? They are very, very open to partnering with new age content providers to become relevant themselves. Can we partner with Snapchat to become visible on their platform? These kind of new thought. CTV, fast channels, LG, Samsung, every platform is trying to create their own content library on connected TV, and therefore they are promoting their own channels. Why isn't your content, first of all, video, and why can't that be put together as a fast channel and put onto some of those platforms, so that you just remain visible and present in front of the right audience? Right now, you just have to become visible as your number one priority. Visible and available. And of course, this has to be done as a cost-efficient mechanism. The problem is all of this to do solo is very, very difficult. One, it'll take a lot of money, but even if you have the money, you won't be able to get the talent by yourself to do this. The kind of talent you require to do this. Your bargaining power by yourself will be small. Small is beautiful, but small is not sufficient. Many small, beautiful niches will have to come together to become a powerful whole, right? So bargaining power is important, duplicated effort. One recommendation I have is that instead of, other than content, keep building, you retain your brand, build your content, everything else, which is product, monetization, distribution, put all of that together under one umbrella, industry-owned GCC. And it's a win-win-win for everyone. It's a win for audience, it's a win for magazine companies, it's a win for advertisers, because everyone gets the right access at a much lower cost. This has been tried in past and it has failed in past. It has failed in past because everyone at some point was thinking, मेरा brand तुम्हारे brand से ज़्यादा सफेद है. मेरा data तुम्हारे data से ज़्यादा valuable है. मेरा content तुम्हारे content से better है. There are global precedents of making this happen successfully. OpenAP, the open audience platform in the US, is such a consortium created by broadcasters. The top 4 broadcasters came together and created this platform and ran with it. And then many others joined them. Project Freedom in Indonesia is a news publisher program, both facilitated by Accenture, by the way. I'll not get into the benefits of it. The simple thing is, product, distribution, monetization, सस्ते में हो जाता है और और reach वगैरह better आ जाती है. The key to success for this was a neutral third-party operating partner. And by that I mean is that these companies, OpenAP and Project Freedom, both have been set up as separate legal entities owned by the contributors in that case. So therefore, there is full transparency on revenue कैसे attribute हो रहा है, किस rates क्या जा रहे हैं ad के, किस advertiser का outreach किया और priority किसको दिया. All of those decisions are getting done by that independent third party, which is co-owned by the contributors in the program. That, if we can do all of this work that we can do, I believe that we will be able to put magazines back into popular imagination. And I really do hope that it happens, because magazine as a format is great. My concluding thought is that, a lot of us keep saying that the next generation is not into print, but they're still reading books, by the way. Less, but they're still reading books. Newspaper, even if you put a newspaper and buy it on the table, the next generation is not likely to read it, because the form factor is difficult, especially regional paper ka print quality kharab hota hai, haath pe ink lag jata hai. So the next generation may not engage with it, but magazines are the original thumb scroll stoppers, na? The next generation is interested in going offline. Just become visible and available to them where they are, and you will be back in popular imagination. That is my time. Thank you for listening to me so patiently. Oh, my email ID was on the board, neeraj.s.sharma@accenture.com. I don't think we have time for questions, but if you have any questions, if you shoot it to me on email, I will be very happy to answer them offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your email ID, sir?
Sharma@accenture.com.
Neeraj.s.
NEERAJ.S.Sharma@accenture.com.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, it's on curation, communities, and commerce, the past, present, and the future of magazine brands. And to share his views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage B. Srinivasan, CMD, Ananda Vikatnam. Everybody? Vikatan. Yes, I said the same. You heard something else, Dr. Batra? Morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see so many cheerful faces early this morning. And I want to thank Anant, Manoj, Dhaval, Anurag, and of course, Girish, Riyad, and seniors who are here to grace the occasion, PG and Pareshji, who started it all off for us. It's been quite an interesting roller coaster ride, like Anant was saying, over these last 2 decades. Uh, in some ways, I must say, Neeraj has given us a lot to think about and a lot to unpack. So I'm going to get into a completely different uh, angle about what we've been doing over the past uh, decade or so, which we believe has been keeping things quite exciting for us. So I just want to, start off by saying that in today's day and age of the death scroll, the goldfish attention span, the burial of the news cycle, and when print media has literally been written off, what does it take to create a community so strong that they stay thoroughly engaged with a weekly magazine for almost 2 years, 111 weeks to be precise, and then go on over the next decade to sell, to buy 100,000 books based on a story that was published on that magazine, right? So I want to quote an English version of, a passage from that book. We give what they seek and take what we need. In giving and sharing, we are freed. To share a meal, to trade with grace. These are the ways that nature gives place. Unquote. This quote from Velpari was probably prophetic of its own journey. Velpari was a story which was based on a true story that had occurred almost 2 millennia ago. Pari was the king of tribal. He was a tribal warlord, and he ruled the Western Ghats, places where the kings, the Cheras, Choras, Pandyas, were typically they were not able to get there, but they wanted to get there, and they wanted to get his kingdom. And this was a story about how one tribal warlord was able to fend off the three kings, and he was in a position to actually make that happen till treachery. By treachery, he won the war, but then he was felled by treachery. This, story, somewhere we started publishing this in 2016. So think back a little bit and think from a Tamil Nadu perspective. A brash new federal government has taken charge just a few years ago. They have been flexing their muscles. Demonetization was quite draconian on all of us. GST had just come about, and it was very clear that what Tamil Nadu was giving as its share was just coming back rupees, like he was saying, rupees, physical rupees were coming back in digital cents, digital paise. That was what was happening in Tamil Nadu too. Um, Perhaps there was something in the air that Tamils felt very close to their heart. They felt like they needed a king of this nature or a warrior of this nature to fend off the challenges that they were facing. And this is probably the kind of the mind space that readers were in when they wanted to when they started reading about Velpari. Unsurprisingly, it's acclaimed author. He is a Sahitya Academy Award-winning author, Su Venkatesan. He is a historian. He is also a politician who was representing CPM. Unsurprisingly, I think in 2006, he stood for an MLA election and he lost. In 2019, just 6 months after the book was launched and 3 years after the series had started in Ananda Vigadan, he won as a member of parliament from the same Madurai constituency where he lost just a decade ago, and he won by a landslide. So I think that kind of also tells you a little bit about, what kind of impact this story had had on his own life too. Whether our editors had curated and published Velpari with this in mind and the mood of the nation, one would never know. But the results have been quite astounding. Velpari literally had moved from being just a literary work to becoming one which was actually, it had become a movement. What began as a serialized novel in Ananda Vigadan evolved to become a cultural movement. We had we realized this quite early when people started, commenting, and there were communities were starting being formed, and we curated one such community. One such community that we curated had over 30,000, followers on Facebook, and with 30,000 followers, we were almost getting 1,000 posts every single day. So it was the quality of the following and the community that we had formed was such an amazing bond. They started creating events around the magazine, the story that was coming out in the magazine even then. And they actually started creating, book reading. They started creating quizzes around the characters. And, we realized very soon that this was not just a Tamil Nadu phenomenon. There were clubs that were being formed in Singapore, Dubai, and even the Silicon Valley. You know, uh, this led to, actually, when the book publishing started, we started with a very modest print run of about 5,000 copies. But very soon we were sold out. And within 7 years, 2018 December is when we published the book first, and 2025 July. And right through this, we have seen COVID. We have seen all the after effects of COVID. I am talking about the physical book that was published, and it has sold 100,000 copies, and it is still selling like hotcakes. To mark this event, we had an event, and superstar Rajnikant was part of this event. Of course, he claimed that he was waiting for the movie Velpari. Perhaps he may even play a role in it. And we started wondering what was the phenomenon behind this. Velpari had the humaneness of Avatar. It had the sorcery and magic of Harry Potter. It had warrior vibes like Ninja, and it had romance and intimacy that could make even Hollywood blush. Right. So it literally had something for everybody in the family, and they could relate to it. And it was a fight. They were fighting for their identity. Right. And if you see this on stage, all these children that you see on stage have been named after the characters of Velpari, which were completely brand new names that were created by the author. And over this period of 7 years, 3,000 children known to us have been named from characters in Velpari. So, as a community, I really don't know how much better it gets than this. But the good news about this is, and I was hearing about the Four Eyes. This has spawned fan fiction. It has spawned a film franchise. It has spawned merchandise, and we are in talks for a musical based on Velpari. So in some manner, we are trying to see in what manner actually this community can be constantly engaged and they can be gratified. And if there is an opportunity to make commerce out of this community. We have, content from Ananda Vigadan has had a great run. One of our initial, in the early 50s, there was this story, Tilana Monambal, which is basically about a dancer and a musician, their love, and it was the kings and queens kind of story. It went on to become a film. Then another magazine, Ananda Vigadan carried Kotai Purathu Veedu, which was a serialized novel, kind of a mystery, tale of mystery. It became a weekly serial on Sun TV, and Marmadesam, it was a very, very popular serial. What you see next is it's a story called Lingam, and Lingam was it is now being produced, and by the year end we are bringing it out as a serial, as a web series on OTT. And while all of this has been happening, we also have jokes on our covers, and these jokes were contributed by our readers. And this particular joke that you see here actually got our editor into jail in 1987. So we are actually we work very closely with our communities, and our communities kind of understand what we do, and sometimes they take the joke too far. While we are with our communities, My Vigadan is one of the recent initiatives that we've taken up. Anand Vigadan has always been led and consumed and produced by, for, and with readers, and that community interaction has always been generally offline. So in the last few years, we've tried to bring it online. Today, we have almost 2,000 readers who have turned into authors. Their contributions include, blogs, various kinds of, their own kind of fan fiction. There is travelogues, and, there are pieces about, the city, how it was many years ago, and, those kind of pieces. And they are very, very popular because we find that the kind of comments that we get on such articles, the quality and quantity of the comments that we get on user generated content articles is sometimes more than professionally generated content articles. We believe that UGC is not just about scale, it is also about community, ideas, and giving a voice, right? So we started nurturing these audiences, and then we had a film premiere for our readers. They came by, and we had 100 of them had come for a particular film. We spoke to them, and they said, Vigadan nurtured one particular writer. She said that Vigadan has nurtured my love for reading. It has become an inseparable part of my life, and it has transformed me into a writer. She said it with, she had a lot of heart when she said that. So it was something that is, we believe truly that this is transformational for our journey. One of the other ways in which we have been engaging with communities has been with our students. So since 1984, for the last 41 years, with few brief let-ups, we've been having a student program where about 75 students are interned with us every year. These students have come out with stories which are unfathomable. This particular story that came out in 1985 is about female infanticide in a very, in one of the relatively bigger towns in Tamil Nadu. It came as a shock to everybody. The National Council for Women came by. They visited the village. They actually found out that it was true. Our chief minister subsequently went on to create the Cradle Baby scheme, from which she's been able to actually rescue thousands of girl children. And I also believe that there was a connection between this when when the National Council for Women, when they came by, they had recommended the ban of the fetal scan, and that was one of the results that came out of the story. So, from our students, we have had extraordinary learnings, and our students have gone on to become extremely proficient. This particular student of ours, Anbarasan Ethirajan, he is now gone on to become, the South Asia editor of the BBC, and he fondly recollects how he started off, green behind his ears at the student scheme, right? The students help us help us with surveys. So we have been running surveys for a very long time, since 1989. The last survey that we ran in 2021 in Tamil Nadu, we gave the DMK Alliance 163 seats. The actual alliance came up with 159 seats. And today we have converted this as a service. So as we speak today, we have been commissioned with the survey as a service, and we have created our own app. We have used our network of students, our well-wishers, our own agents, and our contributors all across Tamil Nadu, and a 1,000-member team, as we speak, over the next couple of weeks, are going to get down to do a pre-election survey in Tamil Nadu for one particular party. So, there are different ways in which, each of our niches are working. One of those niches is Nanayam Vigadan, which is our personal finance magazine. When Mr. Balasubramaniam was the chairman of AMFI, he said, Nanayam Vigadan is a 20-year-old personal finance magazine. I was, of course, Mahesh is here. Intelligent Investor was our biggest inspiration. But when we started, we were given to understand that, mutual fund investments in Tamil Nadu have seen skyrocketing growth after the launch of Nanayam Vigadan. And I would kind of say yes to that because, this gentleman, Mr. Chokkalingam Parinappan, he had been our columnist for many years. And very recently, he gave this interview that, he has not spent a single rupee. He has got 5,000 clients on board, and he has got 1,000 crores of assets under management. And almost all of it has come because of his contributions to Nanayam Vigadan. So what did we do after that? We launched Labam, which is our own mutual fund distribution arm. It's an independent arm, of course, and we have tried to follow the first principles, whatever has been done by authors before, and they've been able to use our personal finance magazine to get their clientele. So we are using Labam to create communities. We've been able to create about 15,000 followers across various Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram communities, YouTube communities. And we've got about 500 clients on board. We have about 10 crore assets under management. We are green behind our ears. We are 7 months old. We are a small startup, but we are trying very hard. Thank you. With communities, we also haven't steered very far away from what we need to give back to our communities. For many, many years, for at least the last 20 years, we had identified various situations which needed assistance from us. So 2003, we had a drought in Tamil Nadu, and we went ahead and adopted a village for about 6 months. We wrote about it as our editorial. Our readers contributed. We never asked for contributions, but our readers contributed. Ever since then, over the last 20 years, our readers have contributed about 8 crore rupees, and we have 3,300 registered contributors. And just last year, they contributed 50 lakhs. And we, through our CSR arm, Vasan Charitable Trust, we are spending every single rupee that comes in as a donation. There is no charges. We don't levy any fees. We just make sure that their money reaches the right kind of, people. So I just want to say that, we have been working with communities for a very, very long time. From Velpari, we learned how curation and community can create commerce. From our students, we learned how to use and monetize through surveys as a service. From our columnists, we learned the power of content and how it can be used to create commerce from credibility. From our readers, we learned how the society stands in times of extreme pain and pressure as one. As we approach our centennial year, we wish to reiterate that our goal is to stay relevant, engaged, and connected with our communities in a media agnostic manner. We will then provide engaged communities with products and services to match their aspirations and create meaningful commerce. This will be our pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. With examples of how Anand Vikatan has actually created commerce with credibility and curation and creation. It's good to see examples being set and also the milestones achieved. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your session. इसी के साथ the next, it's on the subscription flywheel. Designing value, driving retention, and getting AI ready. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the VP of Times Internet, Puneet Kukreja.
Check, check. It's working. Great. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For last 15 to 16 years, I have been personally very obsessed with one problem. How do we make users pay? Not just once, repeatedly, and pay more, especially in a country like India, where we know it's a highly price-sensitive market. I have seen that problem in last 15, 16 years when I started my career at magicbricks.com. It was a startup at that point in time, where we asked owners of properties to pay us up to 20,000 rupees to list the property. Then we asked people who are seeking home, seeking owner information to again pay. Then at Amazon, when I was there between 2008, 17, 18, selling iPads, laptops, which are worth 2 lakh rupees, how to do that, how to create that value proposition, that was the problem which I was deeply involved in solving that. I joined Economic Times in 2018, 7 years back, when we started our journey on subscriptions, where we realized that average revenue per user is declining. The monthly active users is not going to go up significantly. The kind of growth which we want, we need to significantly increase ARPU, and hence we launched multiple bouquet of products starting from ET Prime, ET Markets, and now Masterclasses. While we have learned a lot in the entire journey, we have had our fair share of failures. And in this session, I have tried to condense all this learning in some series of nuggets, which I believe will be helpful to the audience. So my promise here to all of you would be, in next 20 minutes, I'll try to share something with you, which I believe will make a meaningful difference in the subscription product which you are trying to envisage. Or if you have an existing subscription product, you will be forced to rethink. So we will talk about the flywheel. So flywheel has broadly 3 components. First is the access to your product through subscription. And it is just the beginning of the promise. Because when someone pays you money for the first time, the person is not paying for the product because the person has not experienced it. It is the promise, the value which you have showcased. The second part of the flywheel is how do you convert that access into a recurring use case, which builds in repeatable value, which helps in retention, which further helps in upsell, and which again goes back into again building value. So this circle keeps on revolving. The faster it spins, the more value it generates for any business. And that's what we have seen at Times Internet, where we work on multiple subscription products, which is ET Prime, TOI Plus. We sell e-paper separately. And recently, we have also started selling masterclasses. So essentially, we don't sell paywalls. It is not just the digital access rights which we sell. This we learned the hard way because in first 2 years, we did not make enough progress. And essentially, my earlier experience of working in other kind of products did not help in content commerce. I was a big failure in my company in first couple of years and learned certain things the hard way. Something which Neeraj also mentioned, that From our DNA perspective, we kept on selling content, and we soon realized that just for content or information advantage, the ability to pay will remain very limited. The target addressable market will again remain very limited. And that's when in the year 2020, we started adding a lot of utility based content, based tools into our subscription product, which I will cover in subsequent slides. But the underlying principle was not give content access rights. If we say pay for a story, pay for a content, that does not work beyond a point. And it hits the ceiling very, very soon. What actually works is that can you make a person take a better decision, whether it is with respect to a money decision or a decision with respect to someone is a business leader, wants to take some decision with respect to some policy changes in the sector. Is the person able to take that decision after buying your product? That is more important than just access to an article. Because the way we define user experience now in our subscription product is not the customer journey which is there in design, but actually if the user comes back with a testimonial that I read this article or I use this tool and hence I was either able to make more money or I was able to impress my boss, I was able to get a promotion, that's the real success of a subscription product. And for that, you don't want user to come to you every day. Even one success in the entire year is good enough for a user to come back repeatedly. When it comes to value, we thought initially when we launched our subscription products that India is a price sensitive market and we should not price it higher. But we soon realized that our target addressable market is very different from our core business of news content, where we chase millions, but essentially the target addressable market is very different. And there we need to price basis the value which we are creating. In fact, we were the first one to start with 2,500 rupees price points in big media companies. And without adding any add-on, without adding any other product, plus all the masterclasses business, we have always priced it at premium based on the value which we believe we are able to provide. Renewals, I will spend close to 5 to 7 minutes in terms of why I believe if someone is launching a subscription business or in the early stage of a subscription business, renewal is far, far, far more important than acquisition, because most of the management boardroom discussions, we only talk about active number of subscribers, revenue. There are hardly any discussions on what is the product market fit. People who are using your product, are they coming back repeatedly to, or are they giving extremely good feedback? Are you running product market fit surveys to qualitatively understand the fitment of your product in someone's life, not just giving access of one article? So this is something I will again like to overemphasize it, like Neeraj has done. Anant has also spoken at length. So in media industry, we are always fascinated by big numbers, 10 million, 20 million. For example, Times of India Online has 220 million monthly active users. At Economic Times, the number is around 55 million. When it comes to subscription, this is a big, big distraction, because when subscription team works on this, they have very limited target base to target. Just to give you the perspective, it's been 6 years into the subscription journey. Out of 55 million, less than 1% people have paid, have actively paid, and they contribute 35% of the revenue. Just imagine. So identifying that 1% which is more relevant to you, where you are actually creating value and creating a disproportionate business value also from those users, is something which you need to figure out. Because what we have realized that ad inventory is growing like rabbits, yields are going down, competition is increasing. With AI generated content, there are plethora of options available for advertisers. As a brand, you need to create your own niche. At the same time, ensure that your cash machine, which is the ad business, is not disrupted. And that's how we have been calibrating both the engines together, so that there is an incremental growth in ad business. At the same time, we are able to build a strong diversified business with subscriptions and transactions. So when I talked about access, people do not buy access. So this is something which we keep reinforcing even 7 years down the line, even right now. When a new person joins in the team and everyone focuses too much on what we show on the paywall. And there are multiple models around, can we do paper story? Can we do something else? Internally, we strongly believe that subscription is like a gym membership. One day of going to a gym is not going to yield meaningful result to you, while you may be able to charge 500 rupees or even 1000 rupees for one session. The person is actually going to get fitter, leaner, only if the person stays with you and uses the product the way you want it. So subscription is still relatively new in India, where you need to actually handhold a user. A lot of work needs to be done on the day of payment, where a lot of products, lot of media companies I have seen lacking. 90% of their effort is how to get people in, see funnels in terms of how many users hitting the paywall, how many people are actually paying, converting, keep optimizing a lot of other things. This again has a very limited potential of growth. The biggest potential of growth comes when you start doing work on day one of someone making a payment. How do you ensure the journey going forward? How do you create customer cohorts going forward? So when it comes to certainty, people in the even marketing communication do not want to say that, okay, I want to subscribe to this product, then what? So in marketing also, we clearly emphasize and try to emphasize, there are again mistakes at multiple levels, that you actually will become a better investor. You actually will become a better version of yourself. That is the end outcome. What you get access to is very tactical. Tomorrow it can change, and it will change, which I will show. So in the context of what we have been operating in at Times Internet Limited, so these are the 4-5 things which we believe we are trying to solve, which are the root reasons why people will pay. First is our core moat, which is around information advantage, which is exclusive journalism for which we stand for. This is under huge threat from AI. There are certain things which I will discuss how we are trying to de-risk ourselves. With respect to money and time, specifically when it comes to personal finance, stock markets, investments, how to reduce that research process of finding the right stock, or effectively figuring out what's the right investment opportunity at any point in time. Building a small community. Till date, I think we have not done enough work. This is personally my failure, because I have been mandated to do this, build a strong community. So building some bit of belongingness to the platform. And the last part is again important, which we have recently started, which is building products around progress and confidence, whether it is AI masterclasses or valuation masterclasses, where we believe savvy readers, avid readers, and even affluent readers of our platform need this at this point in time. So I have categorized our offerings into 3 parts. So one is the ET Prime and TY Plus. We are focused a lot more on content, information advantage with deep and investigative journalism. Second is around markets, where we focus a lot on money and time. And with respect to AI and valuation, this is the need of the hour, where not even at an individual level, at a function level, business level, or even at a sector level, everyone needs guidance, everyone needs hand-holding, and everyone needs to stay up to date. And that's what we have started building some center of excellence internally, and it is paying off great results within 6 months of starting it off. Again, I've been part of multiple discussions and have met a lot of people in the industry, where a lot of focus is always on conversion. Everyone asks, 100 people come, how many convert? What are you actually doing for renewing your readers, or essentially building experience for the readers? After 7 years down the line, 60% of our revenue is predictable now. For example, when we start our next financial year, we know with 60% certainty what is our revenue going to be, because we have some confidence in terms of consistent retention rates which we have been getting. For evolved publications globally, with these New York Times, WSJ, they're close to 80% revenue is predictable. And that is the age we are entering into, and that is how retention is important. Because right now, while we have priced products at 2,000 to 3,000 rupees, we have strong confidence that there are at least 100,000 people where we can charge at least 100,000 rupees per year by creating strong value. So this 2,500 rupees is just the starting point for us. So when I talk about renewal, it is not just about, again, using marketing automation tools and building some marketing automation journeys. That is again a tactic. Trying to understand that people who have been loyal to you, who have trusted you, paid you some money initially. How can you create additional value, upsell certain things and create more value? Because typically the funnel for specifically media companies where you have huge volumes looks very different. At the top of the funnel, you will have 50 million users. But at the bottom most part of the funnel where you have only, where you want to actually create value for say 1 lakh rupee product, you may only have 10,000 users at this point in time to start with. So essentially, you'll need to see the funnel very differently when it comes to subscription. It is the traditional funnel is not going to work. Second most important thing, which Neeraj emphasized in his last slide, which is around understanding audience better and understanding the tech stack. That is of supreme importance, because if you don't control your audience, if you don't have first party data, all this effort is going to go waste. Because unless you deeply understand what users are doing on your platform, you are able to understand their behavior, it is almost impossible for you to create dynamic pricing. It is impossible for you to understand what kind of additional value can you create for them. It is almost impossible for you to actually handhold them in certain specific deep use cases scenarios like portfolio management, stock recommendations, and other things. So ability to understand users, who they are, what they are doing, and what are their expectations. So we lay a lot of emphasis on PMF surveys, which is perpetual product market fit surveys, which run every day. So on the active user base, there is journey defined where we keep getting user information, users feedback on our product almost every day. And it gives us constant feedback in terms of even on our content writing pattern. What do we need to write more? What do we need to add more? What is competition doing? So rather than hiring any agency doing some research for us, we get automatic research at our disposal 10 a.m. every day. Around 0.2% people respond. But over a period of time in last 1 year, probably 20% people have responded to us, which is a very good number in terms of understanding what users actually want from us and how do we need to calibrate our offerings. And when we started, we took a lot of guidance from NYT WSJ, where they said, make users consume more content, make them come more often. So their RFM model also, recency, frequency, monetization, and effectively try to do all of this. We, at least in all our products, found a very specific criteria that even in our low engagement buckets, there were fair number of users, not as high, but significant number of users which were unexpected, who were still renewing for last 4-5 years. Again, we did focus groups, tried to understand feedback from them, and insights were surprising. See, we might think that charging 3,000 rupees from a user for a digital content per year seems very high. But when we talk to few users who have been renewing with us despite not being very active, the constant feedback has been, see, the value of subscription is all relative. If someone is able to make 1 lakh rupee profit with one right stock recommendation, then the person never thinks back that if effectively every year the person needs to renew. With respect to content consumption, if a person is able to impress the boardroom or is able to guide the team in the right direction after getting some insight, and that yielded significant results, then the value of that subscription, that is a pittance, that is very small amount, which people don't even care for. And again, we are in early stages. We are right now talking about early adopters. India's market is huge, and we strongly believe at a group level, we have not even penetrated even 5% of what we should have penetrated right now. So typically, marketing automation and understanding user cohorts, because what you will realize as soon as someone purchases, what we essentially do, we create different segments. Once a person subscribes to a subscription, we call super fans, people who are extremely addict of our product, people who are super dormant, people who like to share and comment, are super active, and there are 5-6 cohorts like this. It is very important to give them custom nuggets, custom nudges constantly, because everyone has different reason why a person has subscribed. There is not a single reason. For example, there are people who just like to read one good article every weekend. That's the time which they have kept for this subscription. And there are people, for them, reading e-paper at 7 a.m. every day is a part of habit. Unless we understand that, I mean, all our marketing will fail. So we have designed internal systems in such a way that all these user cohorts, after making a payment, They have been given custom messaging to ensure we keep reinforcing the benefits which they are reaping out of this subscription continuously. So 3 mistakes which we made and learned the hard way, I would like to share over here. Again, when we started, we just started monitoring retention as the metric. We used to ask teams, monthly retention, how much? How does it compare with NYT, other global standards? What do we need to do? Instead, it took us 3 years to set up systems, like I just mentioned, in terms of personalizing each person's journey. And in today's age, it's not very difficult. There are off-the-shelf tools available at a relatively much lesser cost to define those journeys. But strong content will take user only to a certain level. And unless user is handholded with the help of right technology and tools, the experience is not going to be delighted. Second part is around general nudges, where we kept sending same nudges to everyone. And then we soon realized that people have different reasons. Some people come for market, some people come for community, some people come just to read comments. And there are certain egoistic people who just do not want any kind of paywalls in their experience. They just want unlimited access. That's their ego booster, even if they're not consuming. So there are different preferences, different reasons why people purchase products. And you have to nudge them accordingly. The third finding was very interesting. So churn, when users churn, so this is a very late scenario, because by that time, a lot of events have happened. Again, this insight came in through our comprehensive data tracking. So we started backtracking. So people who are churning are trying to understand their behavior. And the biggest insight was, within first 7 days of purchase, you can predict up to 80% confidence that this person is not going to renew. So rather than waiting for a user to churn or waiting for the user behavior for 12 months to understand how subscription is being used, within first 7 days, you can get 80% assessment whether the person is going to churn or not. And then you have a lot of time to deploy a lot of ammunition in terms of communication, nudges, even if it means calling from our telecall center, to ensure that the person stays engaged. Because a lot of times we realize that people just wanted to read an article. They did not even look at what the product has to offer. They just subscribed. Probably they did not like the article and they never came back. And they said 3,000 rupees gone. But essentially ensuring that they are able to discover the platform well and at the same time use it, you need multiple set of nudges. And unless you capture these churn signals, again, this is not something which is very generic. Once you go into different user cohorts, you start realizing that it is a very scientific process, but does not require a lot of expensive resources. It just requires the right set of processes. So we have not invested in expensive technology or expensive resources. We have just deployed right set of processes at each and every week with specific user cohorts to do some things which help us do proactive churn elimination. And I strongly believe, I think in last 2 years, we have come back a strong way and have tried to create a very strong proactive churn prevention model. Now, AI is something which is honestly has started disrupting us, at least at a large scale when content is getting produced. And more importantly, even our subscription products, because what are we offering? Initially, I talked about information advantage. Now, information advantage is being taken over by deep research of ChatGPT, Gemini, and even other tools. Yesterday, ChatGPT 5 was launched, where it is doing your end-to-end task. So why do you do some research? To take better decisions. But ultimately, without doing research, you are able to take a better decision with the help of an AI tool. So we understand this threat, and we also realize that we'll need to coexist with this and essentially embrace AI and figure out what is next for us as a media company. And what we have also started building and started doing small experiments in the last few months, I'll share some demos also with you, is to ensure that we need to disrupt ourselves before someone else comes and disrupts, or any new company gets formed and starts disrupting us. So we have started disrupting ourselves in terms of how do we do content research on our own. We have started embedding AI in our market tools, which will be out in next couple of months. We have started embedding better news experiences, which even ChatGPT, Gemini can't deliver, by using those tools only in the backend, but curating it for news readers. So those again are 3-4 months away, but in Q3, there are big launches planned in terms of how as a media house, we are embracing AI to actually help us go faster, and improve the subscriber experience. Three things which we were not doing earlier, probably where we have started investing, is around building communities where this is something where AI will find it difficult to compete when it comes to people-to-people interactions, or even access to right set of decision makers and ask Q&As. And more importantly, creating certain AI agents where you will be able to get a tailored made response, just like you on ChatGPT, but on our platform, you will get a much better one because it is fine-tuned to content which we own. And we have done some POCs, some research. Results are very encouraging, and we are going to launch our products in next couple of months. So I'll also show you some experiments which we have done. Again, we have not invested in technology, not invested in expensive people. Same set of people, what I am going to show you next, have made all those things, not specifically for subscriptions, but whatever we have made gives us very strong confidence that right now we are ahead of the curve and we can move really fast because we have been early adopter of AI. So can you please play the video? Then I'll explain. No, the markets one, the other one. ET markets trap. No, next.
इस धरती पर हो चुके सभी युद्ध
The ET markets one.
सबसे विकराल और विध्वंसकारी युद्ध माना जाता है.
Yes. So you can see a typical TV channel here, and you won't believe that everything you see here, whether it is data, we can't hear it. So whether it is data, whether it is the anchor speaking, everything is enabled by AI. The face is trained. She's an internal resource. She's being trained. Her face is being trained on AI. But post that, every day at 4 o'clock, right now we have released it internally. All this data, everything is managed in-house. It took us 2 weeks to build this, in which anyways, for ET markets, we have direct integration with NSE and BSE feeds. We got all that data, created these beautiful charts, which anyways we do on web. We trained our anchors and tried to stitch everything together with the help of 3 AI tools. It did not require any rocket science. We were ourselves surprised because when we started the project, we thought it's going to be a 3-month POC. Within 2 weeks, we were ready with this. So we were surprised in terms of how things are changing, and this was 2 months away. And now what we can see is possible. We believe we can create a much better version of this. I'm sorry you're not able to hear the sound. Is it possible for you to play the sound or not happening? It's okay. Let's go to the next video. So all these, if you see expressions, for example, if you see the anchor is not moving the hands. Right now, that is possible. The anchor is not pointing. So even that is possible right now. So this was made 2 months back when all those capability issues were there. Right now, everything is possible, in which you are able to train the anchor in multiple formats in terms of how it resonates more with your brand. Go to the next one, which is a video song. Yes. Now this video song again took us a week. All these characters are imaginary, made by AI. Possible to have sound or no?
खामोश रातों में तेरी यादें आई, हर खामोशी तेरा नाम दोहराए. खामोश रातों में तेरी यादें आई, हर खामोशी तेरा नाम दोहराए. धड़कनों में बस गया है तेरा साया.
Impossible. So the intent here is that, again, this was made couple of months back. You started with the raw script. Again, with suno.com, you can create a script. So this was made by technology and product folks. No creative person was involved in the entire production. Took 7 days. Started with, again, AI tools in terms of building some kind of a lyrics, putting it in avatars, and then using Runway and couple of other tools to build this kind of a video. Now, the possibilities are immense when we talk about this, because once we build these capabilities, when we talk about subscriptions or transactions, because right now it is for free users, but essentially going forward, it opens up immense amount of possibilities for us as a brand to create value which is behind paywall. especially what we are unlocking in stock markets right now and mutual funds right now, because that was unimaginable before. Can we play the last video for 15 seconds at best, the Mahabharat one? This is the faceless video.
इस धरती पर हो चुके सभी युद्धों में सबसे विकराल और विध्वंसकारी युद्ध माना जाता है। यह केवल राजगद्दी के लिए नहीं था, बल्कि यह धर्म और अधर्म, न्याय और अन्याय, सत्य और छल के बीच का सबसे बड़ा संघर्ष था। यह वह युग था जब रिश्तों की मर्यादा टूट।
So again, this gives us a lot of capabilities to convert a basic concept into a faceless video. And now the mandate given to editorial and creative team is that whatever we are writing, whatever ideas are there in the mind, can we put it behind faceless videos? And it comes at an insignificant cost at this point in time. So these are the capabilities which are giving us confidence that before AI disrupts us, we need to disrupt ourselves, reinvent ourselves, and move really, really fast. And just to summarize, broadly 3 pillars. Life is not very complicated. Think of a strong value creation and ensure that your retention engine takes good care of people who pay you, and keep reinventing with the help of AI. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. This is your phone, I believe, Puneetji. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, we'll give you 15 minutes to soak in that presentation and all the sessions that have happened. It's 12 o'clock. We're taking a quick networking break for 15 minutes. 12:15 sharp. We'll start with the next one. Please be here on time. Thank you. 12:15.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। डाउनलोड वेव्स ऐप नाउ एंड वॉच फॉर फ्री। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। Download Waves OTT app now and watch for free. भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज। एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। तो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, बीवी और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। ट्यूबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानीज नेवर बीन टोल्ड। Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds. भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज। एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जज्बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानी never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। तो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जज्बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है, डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है। लाइव पॉडकास्ट। एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। डाउनलोड वेव्स ऐप नाउ एंड वॉच फॉर फ्री। एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। डाउनलोड वेव्स ओटीटी ऐप नाउ एंड वॉच फॉर फ्री। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए।
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता। भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा।
Hello. May I please request all of you to take your seats? We're
भारत
about
की
to start in
संस्कृति
the
का
next
दर्पण
2 minutes. If any of your colleagues are outside, please उनको भी अंदर बुला लीजिए. And then we shall be starting.
रूप का दर्शन
Thank you.
कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस्ट बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, रील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है,
Okay, can we all please settle down?
कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है,
For our friends at the back.
कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है।
Thank you. For our next session and for the forthcoming sessions as well. गिरीश थोड़ी आवाज बढ़ा सकते हैं. Just a reminder, just to let everybody know and not to be sounding rude in the middle, we have a timer screen here. And once it says time's up, we also have a buzzer to play like. Buzzer बजाएंगे please एक बार. हाँ जी, और अगर ये बजे तो आप लोग प्लीज मुझे मत देखना, ये लोग मुझे आगे खड़ा कर देंगे. This is just to let you know that the time's up and we can then wrap up. That's just a request from our side. We want to make sure that every panel, every speaker gets their due time. Otherwise क्या होता है, आपको सेशन से टाइम काटना पड़ता है. Our only request. चलिए, इसी के साथ our next. Oh, also another request. Can you please turn your mobile phones to silent mode? Just a request. This hall is a double-heighted hall. Even the whisper of yours would be loud enough for us to understand कि आप क्या बातें कर रहे हैं. Thank you. The next one is on publishers building digital products for their communities. And to share views on the same, let's please welcome Abhishek Sharma, CPO, HT Digital, Manavdeep Singh, PubLive, Dhaval Gupta, Director, Cyber Media, and this session will be chaired by Girish Malia, COO, Next Gen Publishing Limited. Just please welcome them with your applause now. Thank you to the 12 who clapped and the 20 who aren't. Let's try again, no? Thank you. Guys, mics for them, please. इनकी आवाज बुलंद है, but अभी mic चलेगा.
Check mic. Mic check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now down to the next panel. We have a distinguished set of, all of us are tech people. So we would like this session to be more tech focused, but with some heart. All of us are publishers at some level, if not editors. So this would be a tech panel with some heart. Maybe a little different from what you've seen in the previous panels. Neeraj has done a damn good job for all of us. He set the context for this session. He shared the challenges that all of us face, where at one level we are squeezed by organic traffic disappearing courtesy AI coming in. At the other end, we are at the mercy of algorithms of big tech, which keep evolving and changing, and we don't really own the communities that we believe we own or we have, or the game keeps changing. So in this scenario, in this context, we will discuss and take this panel forward of how
we as publishers with a lot of print background are leveraging the online platform to build communities, to engage with our communities. I'd like to start off with Abhishek sharing on how HT has sort of done, and then we could go to the other panelists on what they have done individually for their verticals.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Girish. And thank you, everyone. So from an HT point of view, I think if we go back a couple of years ago, what we started seeing as a shift was that our sources of user acquisition in a digital world were primarily from two sources. Both were powered by big tech or Google in this case. One is what we call as Google search, where as a user, you are actually searching for something and then search results come up, and based on your rankings, you actually end up going to the relevant link. And all publishers, including HT, try to focus on that, hey, our rankings are right up top with respect to Google search keywords. The other, which has been a more evolving source, has been Google Discover. And Google Discover as a product is a product where you actually see a feed of different content offered inside the app or inside your Android phones. It's a mobile first product, and users use them pretty frequently. So with the recent changes, both of these sources have seen very different degree of changes. Google search, we all know, is now coming up with AI overviews, AI mode, and there's a real decline in Google search traffic. Google Discover, however, is actually looking to go multimodal in nature. That's what we've heard so far, which is that instead of just text-oriented results, the results are supposed to be coming in different formats, which are consumed by different cohorts or category of the readers. That actually is now coming out towards as an opportunity for all of us as publishers also, that historically we have focused on one format, which is text first, because it used to work on those big tech platforms. Whether it used to work for readers, we don't know, or we think that, oh yeah, it used to work for the majority set of readers, and that's where I think the challenges or the opportunities lie, which is to actually identify that there are different sets of audiences who have different format preferences. They may actually want to read an article which is a detailed length article on a time of the day or a topic which is of interest or a time which is of their preference. But on the other hand, they are actually looking for some other formats also. An office going person wants to see only headlines in the morning at 9 a.m. Versus reading 5 articles worth 300 words and then realizing what is happening around them. So that has been one clear opportunity which we are thinking to realize that, okay, this is something which we should be doing pivots. And that has been one area of opportunity for us to experiment also. And along with that, what we have realized is that as you are actually offering format, there is a need to actually offer different set of personalized products for these audience, which can be at an n equal to cohort level or at an n equal to 1 level. So a personalized destination for you versus personalized destination for me. Can it offer just content, or can it offer content plus utility products? Which there are a couple of examples of. For example, like cricket, we offer cricket's live score for a reader who is actually interested in cricket. For an astrology enthusiast, can we actually offer their daily sun signs and what are their relevant astrology advice for that particular day? And then look to keep creating these unique differentiations, which are like more at a personal level, is what I've realized could be the way to go forward on, right? And yeah, I think that's from my side.
So since the panel that we are on is publisher building digital products, I'll just put together. I'll put forward the approach that we have towards products. The way we structure it is there are 3 broad pillars to the ecosystem, and these 3 pillars always existed in television, in print, in digital: content, distribution, monetization. And products today have a role to play on all these 3 pillars. And product teams are across, I'm sure with you guys as well, with us as well, are working to solve for content Now, AI generated content is very, very questionable, right? But can AI be used as an enabler when you're creating content? Distribution of content, what Abhishek also mentioned, it's evolving very fast, right? There used to be search, now then Discover came along, became a lot bigger than search for most of the publisher, to now things moving towards GEO, generative overviews. And products need to evolve, to cater to all these different distribution channels. How can you optimize your social media presence using effective products? So distribution by itself is a very, very solid, plays a very critical role. And third is, of course, the monetization, where everything boils down to that, and how products can evolve to deliver better monetization methods to work on the revenues. CDP is that conversation, and Neeraj spoke about that in the morning. Very, very effective. Personalization, what Abhishek mentioned, plays a very important role in CDP as well. But these are the areas where I think the paddle need to be pressed harder to stay ahead of the curve of whatever is happening. It's a very, very dynamic ecosystem, and that's we all have to focus on.
Okay. So, as the magazine publisher on the dais, I think I'll just take a step back also and talk a little bit about, some of the observations that I've made, particularly in the last 3 to 4 years. And when we restarted IMC right after COVID, the industry and all of us as magazine publishers, I think, were struggling, right, to put it mildly. And I think at that particular point of time, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion around, how's the industry going to evolve? Yes, we all have strong, well-defined communities. We have subscription bases. We have a good brand. But how is that going to manifest itself from the perspective of ad dollars or other monetization opportunity? And over the last 3 years, as I have been closely involved in AIM and at various Indian magazine congresses, I have consistently and increasingly come across more and more innovations that magazine publishers have brought to the fore to monetize their communities in very different ways. And I think those great business models are actually sitting in this room, and that's being able to identify either through new content formats or through new subscription ideas, or through monetize e-commerce, which has led to monetization of a particular community. So there have been quite a few business models that have sort of come out. But I think now that the industry has bottomed out, I think it's very, very exciting looking forward, because everybody has tasted some degree of success with, I think, some of these business models. And now is a great time for, I think, the magazine publishers to start building on top of their communities and really experiment with different kinds of products, right? It could even be a traditional product. I think most of us end up talking a lot about technology, because I think the the 4 of us could end up sort of talking about this session for probably 2-3 hours easily. So that's, I think, just wanted to put that forward first. And I think throughout the day, if you talk to fellow publishers, you'll find a lot of that opportunity. I think the one example that I'd like to present from Cybermedia's point of view is simply publisher monetization, right? So publisher monetization through ads has been something that's been talked about a lot. And you have now a lot of programmatic channels which are starting to really pick up, right? And there's, of course, Google, which is the big fish, but there are a lot of other programmatic channels that are coming into the picture. And this is a space where Cybermedia, not as the media business, but also created a monetization service layer, which has been working with publishers for about a decade, and we were able to build a fairly strong team around that. And we were able to, over the years, today, we've scaled it up to about a $3 million business. And I think that's a good example of, how we've leveraged a particular community, we've leveraged a particular problem in that community and built a service around it. From a magazine and for DataQuest, PCQuest as magazines, I think one of the comments that was shared earlier, it's sort of about not the crores of impressions, but rather the lakhs of true fans, and I think that hits home with with the communities that we work with. So how to build deeper and deeper engagements. There has been a lot of innovation in that regard, and I think technology is definitely one way where we are trying to innovate, and and I we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I'll come back to you, Girish, and we'll get into those examples.
Yeah, thank you for those opening comments. Next, we'll go to AI. I think all of us, we've had the previous presentation, which gave us one flavor of what AI has been able to achieve. I'll share another good thing that AI has done for most of us. AI rewards authenticity and credibility. So what you might have seen, even though we've seen a drop, the negative part is we've seen a drop in organic traffic, search traffic coming to us. But at the same time, AI actually values the long form content, the highly researched content that we put out, the high credibility that we enjoy, and AI rewards that. So if you see, whenever you put in a search query and AI is giving you a quick summary, they are actually citing authentic sources first. So we get actually a reasonable mind space of the consumer. It builds the brand, because for whatever reason, most humans, whenever they see a AI, so whether if you're on Twitter, you would see people asking questions to Grok. Outside Twitter, you'll see people asking to Perplexity or other platforms. People actually believe it to be gospel truth. So when AI sort of endorses us as credible publishers, because we've been around for a long time and we've built a name for ourselves, so that is the positive side of AI for us. And I see this perspective, I see this sort of advantage being there for the next 2 years at least. So we need to leverage that. If you could share some more insight on how AI can be leveraged by publishers, and how do you see it, maybe some crystal ball gazing, maybe some examples abroad where AI has been leveraged by other publishers.
Sure. Talking about examples, so there are 3 streams which, let's say, publisher ecosystem usually focuses on: acquisition, which is to how to acquire users; engagement, which is can you create direct audiences, more loyal audiences; and monetization streams. AI actually started as an enabler on all of those 3 streams, where we started utilizing AI to actually optimize or create more efficient ways of working. It has now become a bedrock of partner or a equal partner in all of these 3. And I'll talk about examples how it has enabled us to do so. We talked about how the Google search traffic is now declining with passing time. And not just with search, or even with discover or any kind of referral links, you need much more sharper degree of understanding trends on what to write on. So publisher industries and news media publishers like us, who actually focus a lot on real-time trends or news events, as well as evergreen trends, we've tried to do a lot of trends identification using AI by figuring out what are the trends which are working on different geographies, on different user cohorts, and then use that to write content on. That has actually helped in creating faster value and make our newsrooms and our SEO systems more efficient. That's one example. In engagement side, I talked about examples on formats, because readers actually need different formats for consumption, or a single user needs different formats on different times of the day. Without AI, those format conversions and production of those formats at scale and that quality would have been a challenge, or would have been a cost-intensive exercise. With AI, can those formats be created which are actually referencing a source content which is highly authentic, highly unique, created with an editorial mindset, but the format it gets converted is solving for the reader's problem or the reader's need at that point in time, has been another examples of where AI has actually turned out to be a real enabler. So fair formats, I'm talking about converting a text to a 50-word summary, to create infographics visual style infographics for readers who are more visually connected with stories versus reading long form text, or maybe even generate videos. Could be another areas where I think there are a lot of experiments going on. And similarly, in the monetization sides as well, there are examples on building ad tech stacks, building dynamic user cohorts where you can actually see what to target to a user. For example, we've been trying out scenarios where if a reader is reading an article about personal finance, using AI, can we detect the contextuality and offer them the next most important utility which you can actually do? For example, if you're reading an article around personal loan, can I offer you to check your credit score? We have seen that the funnel conversion on those kind of contextual interventions are the highest versus randomly spraying these kind of interventions to the readers. So I think these are some of the examples. I'm sure there would be more, but they cut across all the work stream is the bottom line which is coming out.
So about a year back, when this whole AI wave started, the first things, some of our clients, media publishers started talking about was, now can we create content using AI, right? Now that's a big no, right? Initially, people didn't know. Now everyone is clear that AI cannot be used to create content. It's a bad practice, not appreciated. Depth in content, what Ganesh said, the authority, etc., is very important. So the way we look at it is that AI is an enabler. AI need to power your teams up to do better work faster, but AI cannot replace your editorial teams at any given point of time. Now there are multiple use cases based on who you are, what you do. Content ideation is something where you can use AI. What Abhishek mentioned. Can AI help you research what's trending, what's working, what kind of content decays faster than the others? So content ideation is a very solid use case where AI can power up your content rooms, newsrooms. Assisted SEO optimization or assisted GEO optimization is again a place where AI can come and power you up. The idea is not.
Manav, could you explain more on how SEO is sort of relatively obsolete and what is the new format? If you could just explain, because the audience might not understand.
Yeah. So search engine optimization versus generative engine optimization. Now, when we go and search anything on Google, the first thing that we get is AI overview. Now, AI overviews is where a lot of users get their answers and they're sorted, right? From there, if they want to go deeper, they're really interested, they double click on it, double down on it, and then they go to the source page and then they consume content. Now, like, Neeraj was saying that, there's not a very clear-cut playbook of how you get there, but there are indicators, right? So this is more conversational, natural language, more question and answer. So on Google, when you go and search, you search for, let's say, white sneaker shoes. If you're searching on AI, you search for where can I buy white sneaker shoes, right? It's more conversational. Your content in all, it needs to be reformatted, re-looked at in a way that it is not just putting out an information. It needs to be looked at, you're answering a question, right? And there are multiple ways to optimize your existing content or the way you create content in a way that it is optimized for GEO, which is generative engine optimization, which means you get mentions across ChatGPT, Perplexity, or AI overviews, Gemini. So that's a broad picture of GEO optimization. Yeah, I'll talk about a couple of more areas where AI can be an enabler. I'm reinstating what you said, but repurposing of content is extremely powerful. You've written an article. Now, can AI help you create an audio out of it? Can AI help you repurpose it into a 50-word article from a 300-word article? Can AI help you to repurpose your content to formats like web stories, etc.? So AI needs to be used as an enabler to to repurpose, to distribute content, which optimizes your workflows. Monetization, again, needs to be, what we were saying, that if I'm reading an article on a Mahindra Thar, can AI run an ad of a competing brand right there? And imagine the CPMs are going to be really high there, right? So it's at times, lack of our imagination, because if you can imagine it, there are ways to execute it. And all these touch points and a lot more can, power us up to optimize faster, reach higher number of readers, and monetize better.
Dhaval, some crystal ball gazing from you on how AI is shaping up and what's the future ahead.
Yeah. So couple of trends that I've come across, and we've already a little bit touched base on that. But I think obviously there is going to be a continued shift towards AI, and I think it'll happen at a very accelerated pace. I think e-commerce is a great example, right? And the credible content surrounding that, which enables that recommendation to happen. Think of it as intent, right? So when we talk about search traffic, search traffic is considered high intent traffic, right? And the intent there is that obviously somebody is looking for something, which is why they're going into search. With AI, that intent is further crunched and further made it literally into something where I don't even want to do the effort of going through results. I want an answer. And if I get, let's say 2 answers, 3 answers within that, I'm going to make a decision. So with AI, for example, e-commerce starts to become really, really amped up. And if us as publishers can provide credible content to go with that, then that could, for example, be, I think, a very interesting business model for the future. We interestingly saw something which led to an e-commerce transaction which was attributed to Perplexity recently. So, subscription actually. So it's a first. We haven't done a lot around it, but I think those are the kind of things that will very, very soon start to become bigger and bigger contributors. So today, like, we pay attention to Google, and I think publishers also have an opportunity to really try and be ahead of this one. Right. So, when Google came in, we kind of got swept into the thing where we wanted monetization. We gave away our content. Now we're still giving away our content. But is that going to allow us to do maybe a productization around that community, which enables us to, get ahead of sort of rest of the searches, right? Or rest of the, and really bring it down to the intent of that user at that particular point of time and enable their decision making. So I think that's one example. We already spoke about repurposing content, ads, and I think each of these could be very lengthy conversations, could talk about that a lot. But there is a lot of emphasis on subscriptions, right, in the earlier sessions today. And I think the balance between subscriptions and ads, and again, I would say that if I really had to pick one trend, then it would be that how can we bring back more and more monetizations on the content mapped with the community, for our audiences out there. So in subscriptions, there are, of course, other things that are being experimented. I mean, today itself, we are talking about launching subscriptions on 3 different platforms, which is just phenomenal. And that will allow us more and more data, right? So this is another piece that I think has been underserved. I'm not sure how many, we all track our subscription data, but how many of us really track the non-subscription data on our website? Do we even know who those users are? Right? Earlier, CDPs or DMPs used to be very expensive. I mean, you had Blue Kai, which was charging, I don't know, something like 20 lakhs a month or whatever. But today, that technology is available at a much lesser cost. And understanding the users who may not be subscribers, but are still coming to the websites again and again. And on the data front, I think that will enable AI for media houses effectively. So if you're not looking at capturing those user journeys and understanding who the users are, what is their behavior on your website, because Google Analytics is a black box, and with GA4, it's a even more difficult tool to follow, right? So some of these technologies are going to become more and more important, and that's when we end up talking about product. The way we are able to look at deriving what to do with product or how to monetize communities is on the backbone of, okay, where is the starting point has to be data, right? Because that then leads to allowing us to understand what is the product or what is the rollout that needs to happen across different different again audience sets. So yeah, that's and then of course personalization, and I maybe that's another topic we can cover.
Manav, just going back to something which we discussed earlier in the day, you gave the example of 1mg. 1mg is leveraged content or weaponized content. The other thing I can think of is Baby Center by Johnson & Johnson, where brand has really gone content. If you could just explain the 1mg, not 2mg, 1mg example, and how you see this, something which is not played out, how do you see it playing out further in the future?
So we look at it like in a similar conversation, what we're having today, community creation. So here the context is, media platforms creating communities. That's non-media brands creating communities. And there are many, many good examples. I remember I was talking to Anant as well a while back about Tata 1mg. Tata 1mg. How they focus on content. They started writing, they were a blog before they got into the business that they do right now. So with a very, very sharp focus, even right now on content, their authority in healthcare is #1 in the country. Across the world, it's #8. They've put that kind of focus on content. They drive ballpark. The last number I know is 40 million page views a month. Now, if you're searching for anything in healthcare, very, very likely that they'll rank 1, 2, 3. And they drive serious business with it. A great example of content to commerce. They write content, they plug in their own products, they're talking about hair care or skincare, and then they're placing their products in the middle very nicely, executed well. You search for any medicine, it'll rank there, it'll say, this is the composition of this medicine, cheaper substitute, buy now, buy whatever. But they will make sure that they take you to a point where they drive commerce through it. Similarly, Policy Bazaar is a great example. You search for anything with respect to insurance policies and they will rank. And the moment you're there, they will capture the lead. They'll ask you to fill the lead. And under 3 minutes, they'll call you. Like literally under 3 minutes, they'll call you. That's an effective use of content and driving a closure from it.
So Manav, I'll contradict your alternate point of view. So my question is, with AI coming in, the competition is discovery health, right? AI will invariably give precedence to something which has credibility over a brand than content, which is still, even though it's gamed SEO, as in it's done a fabulous job by the sheer volume of high quality content, but still the credibility tag is not there. There's a high chance that AI will put discovery health, in the search result first, or give you that one primary result. The audience also invariably, as audiences get evolved, they know that this is a brand run product versus an independent, credible media outlet run this thing. How is AI going to impact, say, 1mg?
See, most of these brands, they don't run those content initiatives named as Tata 1mg.
Credible. I'm saying, but even then, AI is going to give more importance to, credible media houses putting it out.
I'm not challenging that. I'm just saying that the definition of credibility, right? So I'm saying if their blog section or their content have got #1 authority in healthcare as a segment, their authority is better than us, right? So if I write a content on, so I'm saying they've built that authority in a particular genre. right? If they write about maybe an auto, a new car being launched, I mean, they're nowhere in the game, right? But I'll talk about one more very interesting piece here. The whole monetization channel, which is going to open up, which is almost opened up, where when AI is scanning your content, they pay you, right? We saw that, about, if I'm not wrong, about $100 million deal, Washington Post and ChatGPT, OpenAI paid, right? Now that channel is being democratized in a way that it's going to come to everyone in this room. And what you said earlier, that because your authority, your depth in content is going to be very, very strong, I think it might be a meaningful revenue for all of you. Cloudflare CEO, I'm not sure how many of you saw that. Cloudflare CEO talked about it, that we will charge AI bots to scan content for publishers. Every time they scan your content, they'll have to pay you. There'll be a currency which will come in. And that can be a very, I mean, it's future, crystal ball grazing, but that'll be another stream of revenue for platforms with good content.
Dhaval, I'll spring a question for you from the automotive space and, give us your reaction. Most content, as in, your Carvales of the world, Gaadi.com, Zigwheels, as in Zigwheels maybe Times, but otherwise, there are a lot of B2B players who are basically, or maybe B2C, but second sale players who generate their own content, right? They're generating the same content, doing it in a similar manner as automotive publishers are doing in the mainstream, right? Great SEO game. But with AI coming in, would it be better for these publishers to actually, these second-hand sale guys to actually syndicate content from publishers and put it out versus doing their own content? Do you see AI looking at that content differently when generated from, say, a Gaadi.com versus being generated by a mainstream automotive publisher?
Yeah, so my view is that it's down to the engagement that the content is able to create, right? And if it is a very high engaging content by brand, then brand may not require that. If it is very high engagement content by a media house, where one is able to present a unbiased view, a platform where there is sort of multiple things that are available, and that's an opportunity that media houses have, right? So now the question is that can media platforms, how they can create that so that there is a differentiator and so that the audiences prefer coming to the media platform as opposed to going to only one brand's website and saying that, let me only consume content here. So I think that's but 1MG is an example of how, they started out as a blog, but were able to transition to e-commerce. And they have done very, very well there. And even today, like Manav was saying, they're number one authority. And so automotive, like any other industry, will kind of go through that journey and see that journey. I mean, in the US, I think Kelley Blue Book is a good example where they aggregate content and information around cars that enables the e-commerce part. JD Power has done very, very good with content on their website and very credible information. So there's more examples of that. But I think actually Abhishek probably can talk about that from a finance industry point of view, because they have done a lot of that with Mint, right?
Yeah, if you could share the Mint story with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So second Dhaval's point, that at the end of the day, what we were also realizing is that the quality of the content actually comes from how the users are finding that content and how much engaged the users are with that content. And there are 2-3 measures of those engagement which we have been trying to compute, and specifically for Mint. One is when you actually land or stumble into that particular content piece, how much time are you actually spending on that content piece? We used to, publisher organizations have been metric oriented organizations. We used to believe that boss page view hai to sab kuch hai, but it is not that. And it is now evolving into the quality of the read the user is actually doing. Is the user spending at least 1 minute on that article? is the particular user doing any interactions? Those are some of the next order metrics which we tried to measure, and then we identified that there is potential or there are some opportunities where we can actually offer the content in a way so that those quality reads go up, along with, in addition to the just page views which the users are coming onto that. For that, we started doing certain experiments where the content is about a certain topic. Within the same content piece, can we also offer a utility which is of interest to the user, which is contextual to the article the user is reading? And the examples, for example, in Mint, for what we've been trying out is that if a user is actually reading an article around how to invest and build your wealth, what are the smarter ways of investing, or what are the best loans to look after, or when should you look for a loan, whether personal loan is right for you, housing loan. There are a lot of such kind of topics which people in their early 20s, early mid 30s, or even 40s look for. And you know what, when we started doing that, okay, you know what, you're reading for the need for a loan. Why don't you check your credit score to get insights on whether you are actually eligible for a loan? And if yes, what kind of loans you can get for? We saw a much higher degree of participation from those users. That actually underscored two things for us. One, there is a user need, which is that when they are actually coming on to read any particular article, they come with their needs, whether what are they looking for. And two, if you are able to offer a value which is beyond just giving them the information which they were actually coming to consume for, that actually creates much more deeper engagement with both the content and the brand in particular. So Mint, that's what we've been trying to do. We've been leveraging that to also offer our premium subscriptions. Because the same value chain gets created on a paywall which comes on that particular article, which that user was finding very important because it was actually talking about best ways to invest in stock markets, and they end up paying for that. So those are some contextual interventions which we should be looking to do, in my view, to get the maximum out of that particular content piece, along with the writing style, along with the quality and depth of the content. So all three put together becomes a much more value chain in the minds of the user, in my view.
Yeah, I just want to come back to also your question about, the AI context. And I think we've got to remember that, there might be no need for content in the, sort of a world which is AI mature to actually engage the a potential customer, right? So that's something that I think is going to be a big shift. Now, content will help. I'm not saying content is not going to be relevant. Content will always be relevant. However, we need to prepare ourselves for those eventualities and those kind of opportunities as well.
Yeah, just some closing comments on, let's focus on one topic, that's monetization. Any thoughts on that before we, go to the audience for asking any questions that they might have? We still have some time, so we'll have some audience questions, hopefully. But any closing comments and thoughts on monetization? Because I think all of us are grappling with that. Using the digital funnel, what could be the easier wins in the near term, which could be leveraged by publishers like us?
I think my 2 cents on that is that, just be really, really open to different kinds of opportunities. Because we often focus so much on our day-to-day, magazines, subscriptions, so on. But just today, the example that Shrini shared on stage, is, it's got it's got little to do with the weekly magazine. And so I think that's what I was trying to say, that in the last 3 years, there have been so many surprising examples of monetization, of how media houses are evolving and finding profitability and finding new revenue sources. And I don't want to be prescriptive in that sense. But just to say that, I think that there is a lot of room of opportunity. I think the bottom out has happened, and those who are looking at new products, looking at sort of, trying new things. Yes, please invest in technology. Please have in-house resources who can sort of strategize, who can talk about that, who can do some experiments. In the product world, we often talk about fail fast, right? I think that's a problem with media houses. We got to learn how to fail fast with some of our experiments. And so those are just some thoughts around that. So don't want to be too prescriptive, but be very sort of, the mind shift change is underway, but has to be inculcated within organizations.
Thank you. Do we have any audience questions? One question. From moving text to multimedia, how do we know what our audience wants? Whether it's explainer videos, audio, multiple things. Initially it was text. Now you're saying perform content to make them have what concise information. What should be that?
So I'm assuming your question is how to figure out what format a particular user is actually looking for beyond text. See, I think the most simplest way is to experiment first, which is you will not, instead of just offering all 4 formats to all users, you have to find out what the user's needs are. And those are some kinds of assisted journeys, which the idea is to create, where you can actually take inputs from the user, which is the simplest way to identify the user need. There are more indirect ways also. For example, if you are seeing that a particular users are not engaging that much in a particular lengthier article, can you offer a contextual link that, hey, do you want to read this in a summarized form? And if people who are clicking on them, you know, or you can record their preference that this user probably needs that kind of a format. So direct is asking the users in the form of their onboarding journeys or in the form of their different feedback loops, which we can create on a digital ecosystem. Indirect ways is by understanding their behavior on how they are interacting with the content which is being offered or served to them.
I'll just add that just measure very closely what you're doing. And yeah, the data part is something that would really like to underline, because once you start, let's say you do 5 videos, right? Now, what is the kind of video that's working? So that is an experimentation, but that'll start to help you build a better and better understanding. Do we have time for one more question? No? One question. Okay, we're done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And sorry, you can take your questions offline. We have to be back on track as well. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Girish, for moderating that. Thank you. So change and plan the session that was supposed to happen now, which was by Richa Shah. We'll do that after lunch. But we have another session before we proceed for lunch. We'll have the stage ready for that. This is on reinventing and innovating in print media landscape. And to share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage Manoj Sharma, CEO, India Today Magazines, along with Deepak Bhatt, Circulation Director, India Today. I personally feel that the experience of both of them, it deserves a larger and a more vibrant applause from you. And thank you. I'm sorry, but when it comes to getting somebody their applause and recognition, I'm बहुत ही बेशरम हूँ. When you'll also come, I'll make sure you also get yours as well. But thank you for that. Yeah, I will.
Good afternoon. Hi, Srini. Good afternoon. Srini, hi. See, after this heavy tech session, I would like to simplify the whole thing and break it up into smaller pieces, how to make money. Simple. I think everybody is going to like that. No, Deepak can join in. Deepak, why don't you join in here? Come here on this. So, since morning, one thing which has got engraved in my mind is small is beautiful. I think Anant in his opening speech mentioned about the book, which said small is beautiful. Neeraj touched upon it in his presentation. Smaller communities with deeper engagement, meaningful communities. Is that what matters? I think we all have been doing that also, and which we should be proud of. It's really good that we build very strong communities, meaningful communities with very deep engagement, and that's what we should be doing. Now, let's make it a little interactive. I want to ask a question from everybody, that what is that we fear the most in our lives? Can somebody say this? What is that we fear the most in our lives? Somebody said something. Death. Death is what we, are scared. Everybody, whether it is a real life situation or it is a professional situation, we fear death. If you you have ever been to a slaughterhouse, you see the cattle lined up over there and they're all getting slaughtered one after the other. So, the guy who is going to come next in the queue is seeing his brother getting slaughtered, or some friend getting slaughtered, but they just can't do anything. They're just helpless. During that course of that phase that you're waiting to get slaughtered, what happens in your body? That there are toxins, the enzymes that get secreted to overcome that fear, which is the worst thing that can happen to anybody. But these animals are really, really helpless. They just can't do anything, right? But in a similar situation, as human beings, we found out ways to survive, whether it is real life situation or it is a professional situation. So, in a professional situation, when we face death of a medium or a publication, we reinvent, we innovate, we reimagine, and do all that stuff to survive. And I think that's what we've been doing for past 15, 20 years. That TV came, the onslaught of TV, they were butchering us and we were finding our way to survive. Then came radio, then people used to tell us in the market, I'm a ground guy, on-ground guy. I go out even today, every day in the market and face that rejection. Out of 10 meetings that we do, 9 rejections. But we find out our ways. Every time we come back with some learnings and we find solutions. That's what we do. So I would like to ask that how many people think over there, that over in this hall, that magazines will survive? How many of you? So almost 90%. How many of you think that if we reinvent, reimagine the space, we'll not only survive, we'll thrive? Everybody. See, that's the positivity in this room. That despite whatever onslaught has been happening by mediums one after the other, we survive and we are positive, optimistic. And I think we should clap for ourselves for that, because that's wonderful. So, currently we are facing a digital problem, and we see that sometimes we've got to embrace it in some way. Like, the tech session happened and everybody was talking about that, how to embrace digital to survive. Sometimes we battle it out in the market because we got to get our print also to live. In Neeraj's presentation, he was saying that, you don't make so much of money from digital as you're making from print. So print has to survive alongside. So we've got to safeguard that as well, right? So everybody, all of us, have come out with a combination of print plus digital. Over a period of time, we've embraced it in some way. And that combination is very deadly because it gives you credibility from print and amplification of reach from your digital, right? And that's what we've been doing. Though the definition of this amplification, the reach, has changed over a period of time. From 1 million or 2 million, it's gone to 40 million, 50 million because of the advent of social media. And that's what we've been facing. COVID came 2020, and we were all in a position that what to do and where to go, right? And we all were trying to find out solutions. So when COVID came, it threw up a number of challenges for us, but there were opportunities which came alongside. And we learned from those opportunities, and we tried to kind of build up those opportunities into our favor. I'll quickly tell you a 2-minute story on what happened to us during the phase of COVID. Some publishers said that we had nothing to do. We were just kind of motivating ourselves. Anand said in the beginning, right? But we never stopped publishing. My chairman, Mr. Puri, called me and he said that, we have never skipped a single issue in last 45 years of India Today. And we can't skip a issue. We have to print India Today and we got to distribute. So I said, but he said, no buts. You got to go back to the drawing board and figure out that how you're going to print, publish and distribute India Today. So Deepak is here and we sat together with his team and we figured out solutions. We spoke to some passenger airlines they were on at that point in time, but after a few days they closed. We spoke to other mediums of transport. Everybody was closing down. Finally, we spoke to cargo airlines and everybody was trying to make their buck at the time that they had to make their money. So these people were charging 3 times of what they normally used to charge. And they said that, okay, this is the money. If you're ready to pay, we'll take you. Otherwise, we won't take you. So we agreed on, paying up 3 times the cost. We flew our magazines. We didn't skip a single issue. We flew our magazines to 5 metros. From there, we took Aaj Tak vans and they used to take us to another 2-3 metros, 7-8 metros. We were distributing free copies. So that was all investment. And since there were no shops open, nothing, we distributed the magazines through milk booths, through medical stores, through grocery stores, which were open at that point of time. And by that time, the fatigue, like somebody was talking about in the morning, of digital was so much that people wanted some print product to come in. It was kind of, they were embracing it with open arms. So we went in and we distributed copies. After some time, the agents came into the market. And we still remember Deepak, he was saying, facing so much of problem. Everybody was scared. So we distributed face shields, we distributed masks, disinfectants to these people, and we got them out in the market. So that was our battle also, but we remained in the market. I think that was important, that you remain in the market, remain visible. But what COVID told us, it shook us completely. We went to ground zero and we were rebuilding. While the phase of rebuilding, we realized that, our structures and the cost pre-COVID were very high and we have to restructure. So we restructured the cost, we restructured the models, everything. And after which we saw that, okay, this kind of a structure is feasible in the current environment. During the course of time, we also revised the cover price of the magazine thrice. And I think all of us did that. And we wanted to reduce our dependency on the advertising, which was the only stream of revenue, to circulation as well. So we made our magazines, all of them, cost plus. So India Today, which used to be losing money every copy sold, we are now making money every copy sold. Now, if you look at, I was talking about the digital fatigue. When this whole COVID thing was happening, people were too much exposed to television and digital, and the fatigue was setting in. And when we came in, they took magazines. Parental push. Even today, if you see that the parents do not want their children to pick up so much of mobile because screen time is going up and it is creating a hazard. Trust deficit, with digital and with social especially coming in, there is so much of misinformation. So you do not know whether what you're reading is the right information or it is misinformation. I think those people themselves are fed up of this and they rely on us to give them credible information and news so that they can take it on their platforms. Echo chambers, we were talking about AI. Now, if you are a right winger or you're a left winger and you start reading right wing related articles, it will keep throwing that on you or vice versa. Now, you are not getting a complete perspective. You're just reading one kind of views and one kind of stories. That's another problem with digital. Now, that is where we come in, because we curate content, we analyze content, and we put it forth to the readers with the right perspective, a holistic perspective. And that's the good thing that magazine does. Now, every medium which comes in, I'll talk about digital, because we battle it out also, like I said that we embrace it and we battle it out in the market. 95% of the digital content is consumed through the small device, which is mobile phones. Only 5% is through laptops and desktops. Now that 95% is getting consumed from a device which is this big. What is the visibility? What is the impact of the communication that the advertiser is doing through that? That's a big problem. Small screen is a big problem. I was in Bombay 2 weeks back, so I'll give you some anecdotal examples as to what I go through and what people tell me. So I was meeting a owner of an agency, which is a middle rung agency. They have opened up a floor. There used to be a print and TV agency, which has got 30, 40 people who are just doing digital. And he was telling me that, this is all hogwash. People are buying traffic, they're selling traffic. They're buying traffic at certain 15 paisa, selling at 25%, all that stuff. I don't know how much reliable this whole space is. That we'll come to later. Then I met an MD of a company in Bombay, and he was saying that I had spent so much of money on digital, I don't know where it went. Whereas even today, if I take a full page in a Times of India, it makes an impact. And that's what somebody told me from Lodestar also, that when they do a launch or an announcement, they have to supplement that with print to make a visibility or an impact. The screen time is also a big problem because I see that Australia has banned mobile phones till 12th. US is seriously thinking of doing the same. My son works for a digital marketing firm in Germany, and that happens to be the biggest e-commerce firm in entire Europe. So one day he came to India last time, and he told me that I want to read India Today. So can you send me the copies on a regular basis? So I used to send him the PDF copies. So what he does is that he goes to his office, the stories that he wants to read, he takes a printout of that. And then he gets that back home and reads from the printed physical version. Because that's happening all over Europe. People were wanting to cut down the screen time. And that's very important aspect because it impacts your mind, impacts your eyes and everything. So we need to consider that as well. So now the good news is that after 4 years of COVID, if you see our circulation revenues, we have grown 15% in value over what we had in 1920. We also reinvented and we went to phygital model of distribution, and that has grown almost 8 times in last 4 years. On the other side, which is the advertising front, on CAGR basis, we've grown 18% year on year in the last 4 years. And we are almost at the same level of pre-COVID numbers. Now, something very interesting which I want to share with you. If you look at India today and you look at the top line revenue of India today, you won't believe me. Touch wood. We are at 100 crores plus. In this world where you're saying that we're getting slaughtered by television, now digital, etc., we are still doing 100 crores. If I add, that is only India today. If I add business today and Cosmopolitan and Harper's to it, it is 150 plus crores, which is massive. Now, the interesting bit is that if you look at television and if you look at English news genre on television, you know the size, anybody can just guess the size of English news television today? Is 350 crores. That's it. All English news channels put together is 350 crores. And here, one magazine group from magazines is doing 150 crores, which is sizable. And I think that requires an applaud for all of us. Now, coming to the brass tacks as to how we did it, and I was telling you that simplify that how we can make money. We've been talking about building communities all through. So we have built communities in this short span of time. We have created IPs. We got to look around all the time. The best part about magazines is that you're always on your toe. You're running fast. At the same time, you have your thinking hat on your head, which is very important. So while we go out in the market, we are always hunting for opportunities. Where is the need gap? And we fill that need gap. And that's where we create IPs or we build communities around that. So we build communities, we have created IPs. We go to the market as solution providers. So wherever we find a need gap, provide a solution. Be it a comprehensive solution of digital, print, television altogether, that's what we do. And lastly, we went phygital in terms of distribution, which has got huge amount of success. So as far as building community is concerned, I think it's a very simple 4-step method that you identify a sector. Obviously, you identify sectors looking at researching its potential, what is the kind of money that you can get, create engagement around that by creating very engaging, deep content around that, and then bring in captive audience, which is the community that you get, and marry the two, that get advertisers to spend on that. The first one is a very interesting example that we all know India is a young country. So why not to focus on this most energetic, most important community, which is so-called consuming only through digital media. So, we have education vertical. We didn't spend any extra money, and we created a magazine called India Today Advantage, which was basically rewriting the India Today articles, apolitical, knowledge-based articles, science-based article, robotics, if we carry anything, which is giving knowledge, entertainment as well. Rewrite to a target audience, which is from 14 to 18 years of age group. So catering to the schools. And, during the course of almost 3 years, I think we've seen a great success, because in the first year, we were selling at not cost plus, but losing money every copy. In the second year, we started breaking even on copy to copy sales. And in the third year, which is the last year, we were selling at cost plus. So every copy sold, we were making money. You see the success is here, that every year we were doubling the copies. We are engaged with 1,000 schools plus, and we have almost 150,000 copies at Advantage subscribed. Success made us more inquisitive, whether these guys are actually reading it or they're not reading it. If they're reading it, what are they reading in the magazine? Which articles? What do they want from the magazine? What do they do not want from the magazine? What needs to be added or deleted? So we went back to them with an online survey, which was some simple 10 questions. And we asked them that what are they reading, what they want from the magazine, what they do not want from the magazine. So you'll be surprised that 79.5% of these students of 9 to 12th, 79.5%, they were reading cover to cover, which is surprising. In a digital world, reading a physical magazine, school kids, 97%, 96.9% to be precise, said that they would want to recommend this magazine to their friends and classmates, which is just wonderful. And plus, there were other insights as well that, okay, we want to add robotics to it. Why don't you add a little bit of artificial intelligence, stuff like that? Now, this was a new product, but we had something which was ongoing from the last 15 years plus, which was the college rankings. And I think in the country, we do the best college rankings. Once Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan bumped into Raj Chingappa, and he said that your rankings are better than our rankings, NIRF, which they have done from last 2-3 years. And he said, I'll send my team to you to understand how do you do it. So that's where we stand. But now with the new audience, because it's a shifting audience that, one batch comes, it goes, another batch comes, it goes. So there are students and parents both involved when they have to decide which college my kid or university will go to. So we, from the perspective of new audience, which is a shifting audience, we had to go digital. We created a website, which is a dynamic website, which we have put in data of around 5 to 6 years, of last 5 to 6 years. So anybody who's reading the magazine can then go to the website and navigate that where my college or where this college was 5 years back and where is it now. So you can see a track record, and then you can decide as to where I need to go. And now what we have done is that we have trained our teams, the sales teams, to sell the combo of digital and print. That's what we're doing. Another example is an auto report, because this segment, some 12 to 13 years back, when I used to go out in the market and talk to Maruti, probably I would do a deal of 3 crores, one client. Hyundai, if I talk to, I would do a deal of 3 crores, kind of stuff. But gradually, that whole category vanished, and we hardly had anything. Now you see the sector, it is contributing almost 7 to 8% to the GDP, pretty large. Almost 10% jobs to the country. That's also huge. So there we saw a potential. Now, how do we get auto into the magazine back? And when I say magazine, I say India Today physical magazine, because I'm a print guy. 30 years I've been selling print. And today I'm here talking about print and I love it. Even today I battle for my physical magazine. Digital comes along with it, but physical is the first love. So we thought that how do we get it back? We have an Auto Today magazine, which does auto content. And I spoke to Yogen. I said, can we get that content in India Today? Because auto magazines basically get you the enthusiast, they get you the industry itself. But if you look at a larger sphere of customers, they don't get you that. So there was a need gap. And if we fill that, India Today reaches to a large number of people. We created an auto report, which was a quarterly basis. Now, today, you'll be delighted to know that we contribute almost 5 times of what we were getting from auto 4 years back. That's just wonderful. Travel sector was another one, because after COVID, we saw this revival of travel industry. And this also contributes almost 9% to the GDP, 9% to the jobs. And we were getting almost nothing. So we created a travel report. And this travel report, again in the magazine, because finally, we have to see the magazine healthy, the mother brand. If the ads are moving out of the magazine and people, because it's basically what you see, what you want to do. If you see more ads in the magazine, advertisers come. If you don't see any ads in the magazines, they don't come. So we wanted people to see advertising in the magazine. So whatever we were doing, we wanted to do inside the magazine, build communities within India Today. And today, this has become the largest contributing vertical to India Today revenues. It's almost 5% in 4 years to their overall revenues. As I said, that opportunities are all around us. If you go out sniffing for opportunities and grab them, if you grab them, you will make money from them. So, what we saw, that India as a country has become the largest consuming population. We've crossed China in the recent past, and the entire world is looking at us. Many countries were very keen to set up collaborations so that they can do business with us, whether it is exchange of technology or they wanted consumers from us, all that. And out of those countries, the first one that we picked up was Japan. They were very keen to move away from China and move towards India. But if you see the Japanese origin companies working in China, there are 30,000 companies of Japanese origin working in China. Whereas if you compare with India, it's only 1,400. You look at the gap, 1,400 and 30,000. When Abe was the prime minister and he met Modi, they became friends. And Abe, as a return to friendship, obviously he wanted the consumer base of India. He sanctioned a huge amount of developmental loan to India, which was running into billions of dollars. For 2 years, it was moving at a very slow pace. And when I met the CEOs, Japanese origin CEOs, they were getting a little, jittery as to what is happening, etc. We saw an opportunity, need gap. And we fixed that. We said that, okay, we'll set up the first country bilateral, which is Indo-Japan Summit. And we were the first ones to do it. So Indo-Japan came in place. Dr. Jaishankar came to inaugurate it. And we had the Japanese finance economy minister, we had the ambassador, we had the CEOs from both the sides interacting, finding out solutions that how we can speed up the collaboration between India and Japan. Very meaningful. We also thought of creating a white paper, putting it up to the government. Very meaningful exercise. And yet we made money. So that was fabulous. Dr. Jaishankar said that, oh, I thought that India today is into states, into districts, and suddenly you've gone international, which is, wow, wonderful. And that's what he said. So then after that, we saw Prime Minister Modi moving towards UAE. And he had a keen interest because in number of sectors we collaborate with UAE, whether it is oil, food, technology, etc. So we thought that, okay, let's move out of the country and build up a Indo-UAE conclave in Dubai. And that's what we did almost 4 or 5 months back. Very successful. We amplified the entire content for both the conclaves on our TV, digital, print. And we obviously, when we do it in Dubai, we had a media partner in Dubai. They were amplifying the same content in Dubai. Very meaningful exercises. Now, I'm not giving all the examples, just 2 or 3 examples to basically to give you a direction as to what we did to achieve this. If you go to one of the sectors, which is a very large sector for us, which is education, we saw that education sectors, whether it is universities or colleges, they have two needs primarily, admissions and placements. So we got into both and we tried to fill up the gap over there. I'm talking about placements now. For placements, they want to engage with the HR community. So we thought that we'll create meaningful HR roundtables or HR summits. And that's what we did for many universities. And we said that, okay, we'll get from a particular city, whether it is Bangalore or it is Chennai or Delhi, we'll get this HR community together for you. We'll have some sessions over there and you engage with them. So they came in as sponsors to give in money to engage with the HR community. And that's how we've done some 15, 20 of them. Beautiful revenue stream that we have created. Now, if you see the regular advertising in magazines or newspapers, it's dwindling, it's fading out. Every time you go to the market, you got to create something new, a new template that you got to offer to people. And there I say that you got to go as solution providers. And if you fail to do that, then your revenues, your market share, everything is going to come down. So we went to some of the car manufacturers and we said that, okay, we'll give you a very nice, subtle, but very strong and impactful platform to showcase your products. They were going green and we said, okay, we'll create a green drive for you, which is going to be amplified not only in one magazine, but across board. We'll amplify it on digital, on social, on print, everywhere. And they have to pay us. And they were more than happy to do that. So in one campaign, we drove in XUVs across the country. We planted some 75,000 trees. We make small reels, videos, articles, print articles of that. And we amplified that whole communication. What a nice way to indirectly promote a brand with USPs of what the brand has. And we did several of them. Last but not the least, this is from the perspective of advertising. I would invite Deepak Bhatt, who's done some fabulous job on the distribution front. Deepak, why don't you join us?
This one, right? Up. Yeah. On the digital front, something that we observed during COVID, as Manoj mentioned, we were distributing the copies throughout. We never stopped printing. But during COVID and the phase that the first year that we saw a shift in consumer behavior when it's coming to purchase of magazines. We saw that people were moving towards buying the magazines digitally instead of physical products being bought digitally. We saw people buying milk, groceries, some categories which were never purchased digitally were now being consumed. People were ordering it digitally. So we thought that why don't we shift magazines also to it? Now we again revamped our whole distribution process, distribution procedures, the way that we were operating it. And now what we considered there is exactly reflecting in a survey that was conducted by McKinsey recently. As per the survey, which had actually happened in the last post-COVID things that we've seen is that about 5 out of 10 Indians are actually using their smartphones to before their purchase, they're using their smartphones to evaluate as to which product to buy and which not to buy. Also, one interesting fact which has come down is that an average user has 3 hours more time to spend on passionate products in a year compared to what it used to be pre-COVID. So things have started changing here. So this is reflecting here. Also, which is very interesting, one of the survey also which mentions that for a consumer, a speed of delivery with low cost and reliability and ability to make returns is very critical for his purchase. Now, every other product has this facility, but magazines did not have this. So now we wanted to evaluate as to how do we revamp this whole structure. So now, then we got into phygital sales of magazines. Now, how phygital has really worked for us? Phygital sales pre-COVID was close to about 1% of our total contribution of total business. This is post Manoj being mentioning that close to about 15% of our revenues have gone up. Phygital sale contributed to 1% earlier, moved up to close to about, right now is standing at close to about 18% of our total revenues. Phygital has grown physically a lot. Now, how do we tell phygital? What is phygital? We've classified phygital into 3 categories. One is the e-commerce, the second being the quick commerce, and third is the magazine on its print on demand is what we're looking at here. Now, let's look at e-commerce separately. E-commerce has grown close to about 400% for us from post-COVID. When I'm talking about e-commerce, I'm talking about physically, basically, Amazon.in has spearheaded this whole project. They've actually led this whole thing. In fact, now with a 2x growth, and we are expecting it this year because now Amazon has seriously started looking at this category as a potential to grow further. And in fact, they are now, to just give you to how we've done this in Amazon, we've started showcasing. Earlier, Amazon magazines were just listed as a magazine and a single product. Now what we've started doing is we've started promoting not only the cover, we've also started getting into detailed explanation of the stories. So each listing has about 7 to 8 stories explained in the visual format as to what the stories inside stories are. Second thing which also we've done is now we've started creating store pages. Now you have an Amazon.in/India Today, a store existing on Amazon where you have listed all the magazines there. So this has become a one-shop stop for all the magazines that you want. Now, instead of promoting one particular issue, now we've started promoting the store. Now this has started giving us more traction here. Talking about promotions itself, we've gone beyond like I told, gone beyond just advertising a single issue. We've started promoting on premium placements, getting the banners there right on top. Optimizations. If you search a magazine, you've got India Today right there. If you're searching news stories, you've got India Today there. So it depends on what products you're choosing there, it has to be there. Secondly, what we've also started doing is we've started cross-promoting it books. So if you're looking at a book for Modi, you will probably find an India Today right on top. On that, you have to click those banners, you get into that. So e-commerce has grown for us on a big thing. Another thing that we've started, which has started this year, is now Amazon has started supporting us big time. We've been able to convince almost after 3 years strong discussion and showing close to about 8x growth in the business that magazine category has brought. Now you have a category, when you go to Amazon, on the books homepage, you have a category called magazines. Now, this is something that we've been able to push. I invite all the other publishers. Right now, this category opens to a single page, and this page right now has only the magazines that we distribute. Now, we have been in discussion. Actually, Amazon wanted to be a part of this discussion. They were not able to make it because of this thing, because of last minute issues that they've had. So they've invited that they want all the publishers to be a part of this magazine section that has been created here. So now they've come back to me saying that there are actually more resellers. There are wholesalers selling magazines right now and lesser publishers selling magazines. So that is why they're stuck saying that we would like to have publishers selling magazines of resellers, because that way they'll be able to promote it better and they will have better traction here. So this platform is now ready, although it has India Today alone. If everybody is okay, I'll share the email IDs. Amazon is keen on partnering with every single publisher here and to develop this magazine page on Amazon. Yeah. Second thing on the quick commerce. The second section on Digital Magazine is the quick commerce. Post-COVID, we saw this shift. Like I mentioned, people are looking at magazines being delivered instantly. Quick commerce is something that we started. Blinkit now, gradually we've got all the publishers on board, and I'm sure there is a lot of scope further to grow here. 10 minutes delivery of magazines is something that we started and has been working on well. Right now, we are present in 26 cities across the country. Revenue growth has been close to about 5 times of what we've done in the last 2 years alone. And now Zepto has come on board, and Zepto is now interested, seeing the kind of growth that Blinkit has seen. Suddenly Zepto is interested and they want to. We've started the trials. Probably next month we will have all the other publishers also joining and being a part of Zepto also. So this should happen here. And one interesting fact, it'll come in because last year Blinkit was trying to do a survey as to which are the categories that they're missing out. And in the survey, magazines was the third highest category, in which that consumers had come out, they want magazines to be delivered instantly. And that is why the whole process is started. So this is something which is being good. But while quick commerce is big, I remember in one of the discussions which had come up, is the returns are always a challenge with the publishers. Here, what we've seen, we've been able to work well. Here, this requires an operational excellence. Now, what we've started doing is that we deliver an India Today, which is printed on Friday night, we get it delivered on the same Friday evening, we get it delivered on 11 p.m. on the same Friday, and Saturday morning, you have the magazine ready across 26 cities. This is something that we've been working together. Secondly, we've ensured that you have your regular returns process. Now, everybody, all the publishers who are on Blinkit have the dashboard access. What we do is we track that dashboard on a daily basis to monitor which dark store, which particular store has what kind of volumes, try to pull back, have a discussion on a daily basis, and we've been able to maintain that unsold percentages. This way, we are able to maintain a healthy return ratio with this channel. And I'm expecting, like I told, we're expecting a huge growth further in this. Now, on-demand publishing. Now, this is something that we've started recently. This has only been about 2 months now. And this is something that I would, right now, here, and I would expect that all the other publishers also join us in this. Now, on-demand publishing, we've tied up with Kindle Direct Publishing. Right now, India Today is available across the globe. So you could order a copy of India Today sitting in the US, and you would get the magazine delivered in 3 days. This magazine is printed in the US by Amazon and delivered locally. Now, this is priced at the cover price of a competition magazine in the similar genre itself. Now, right now, we have one magazine here. Now, my question is, while we are struggling with the Indian markets and trying to push the numbers up, you've got a huge community of Indians abroad who are interested in the physical copy. Manoj mentioned his son was interested in the magazine of India Today. Now, question is, he could order a copy of India Today in Germany and get it delivered to him in 3 days. Amazon is ready to support us in this. You have our full support. All you need to do is upload your PDFs there. Rest, they take care of it. Now, this is something that we could always do. So if there is anybody who is interested, I can help you out, guide you in the whole process, how this is done. Let's get all the magazines on board. And I think we should reach a situation when anybody in the US or in the UK wants any Indian magazine, instead of going for PDF, he can get a physical copy delivered to him within 3 days itself. And the cost is zero. All your cost, you get your royalties for the copies that you upload. Now, to end this thing, that the future is what we are expecting here. First thing, we should meet our readers where they are. Traditionally, distribution, when we talk about, the whole model has always been that the reader comes to us to buy our copies. Question is, why? Post-COVID is what we have seen is that why should the reader come to us? Why don't we go to the reader? The reader is at his doorstep. He wants a copy is there. We get it delivered to him there. He wants it in 10 minutes. He gets it in 10 minutes. He's in the US, wants the copy in the US. You get your copy in the US. Where you are in the world doesn't matter. You will get a print copy delivered to you. Technology has helped us up. Let's take this further. Second thing, building communities. Schools, we've seen. If we can create those communities, which I think magazine is the best channel to help us create that, and we can do that, and that's the way forward that we're seeing. Another thing Manoj mentioned, creating those premium experiences. And the last but not least, innovation. Innovation is something that we need to be continuously working together, and this is where we'll end our speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the presentation. I always say this from food for thought. It is now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:45, 2:15, 2:20 maximum. We'll be starting with the next session for all the speakers for today. The lunch is served outside for all the audience members right at the back of this very hall. 2:20, we start next. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Some house music, guys.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। डाउनलोड वेव्स ऐप नाउ एंड वॉच फॉर फ्री। एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। डाउनलोड वेव्स ऐप नाउ एंड वॉच फॉर फ्री। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। डाउनलोड वेव ओटीटी ऐप नाउ एंड वॉच फॉर फ्री।
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदल है जिसको डुप्ली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है, डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है,
लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानीज never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds. एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जज्बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानीज never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old नहीं पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds. एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन।
People sat around and they told each other stories. And it's how we teach each other things. And we learn from stories. We learn from fiction. We learn from fiction because we get to live in.
एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा,
The very best things take those elements and
चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया
storytelling
भारत
is the
दिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
before there was written language, before there was any medium to convey it, people sat around and they told each
कहानी नहीं है, रील नहीं है, बिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, पश्मी भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। एक जमाने से कहानी
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज। जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण देखी, लेखक लिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इंसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। तो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानीज never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves OTT app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस्ट बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है।
Hello. Everybody, this is just an announcement. You can continue. We have 3 to 4 minutes more before we start with the next session. So you've not got hold of the desert. Now is your time. Thank you.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण। प्रसार भारती है कराता भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। ट्यूबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानीज never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai.
2 minutes more, everybody. I would request all of you to start settling down, please. If your colleagues are outside, unko bhi andar bula lijiye. After 2 minutes, we shall be starting with our next session. Thank you.
PR, the Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जज्बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे।
Okay, we are You're good to go for all the friends at the back. Can we please request you to settle down? For our friends outside, can somebody call them inside as well? At the back, please, a request.
Best of both the worlds.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets.
Our friends at the back, can you please settle down? Everybody had lunch? Yes or no? The four of our friends at the front only have had lunch. For the others, okay, I think इससे पहले सब अपने slumber hour में चले जाएं. Everybody in the audience, can I just request you to raise your right hand up? Your right hand, guys. Everybody, wherever you are. Lovely. अब थोड़ा सा बाहर, अरे रखो ऊपर. A little outside, 45 degrees. Just shake it. जोर से. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lovely. Your left hand now. Out. Shake it. Can you please ask everybody to just stand up for once? Rise as the champions that you are. एक बार सब खड़े हो जाएं. Lovely. Try your right leg now. Shaking it. Yeah, shake it, shake it. Right leg. It's okay. It's violent. Do it. Lovely. Left leg now. Try both the legs together if you can. Okay. Take a deep breath. Smile, exhale, and sit. And if anybody still wants to sleep, God be with you. Chaliye. Now that you've had your lunch, you're smiling. It is time to take you back to your childhood. One question, आप में से चंपक कितने लोगों ने अपने बचपन में पढ़ी है या आज भी पढ़ते हैं? Only a few? Okay, anybody who's not, thank you, anybody who's not read anything about Champak till now, you can be honest and raise your hand. We have 2 and 3. Lovely, good. Good you told us, because we'll make sure कि अब आपको मालूम हो उसके बारे में. The next session, it's taking you from pages to possibilities. Meet the child where they are. And to talk about this, please join me in welcoming someone very instrumental from the family of Champak, the editor, Miss Richa Shah. Usually क्या होता है, when you've had lunch, your energy can either go here or here. Thank you. You want a clicker as well?
Yeah, no, I'll click it myself. Does it come? Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. This is just apt that after dinner, lunch, we get to hear stories. And that's how storytelling always happened, whether it started 10,000 years ago or it happens in your houses today. It's normally a bedtime story that we start with. So I'm glad through serendipity, I'm getting this session. So for the India of today and the world of tomorrow, I'll take you through the journey of Champak. Can you imagine a childhood without stories? A world without stories is a child without wonder. And who better to tell us about storytelling? And why are stories important? Like, what makes us storytelling very important is because it makes us belong. It makes us belong to a community. It makes us, we've been hearing the word community since morning. And storytellers help us, where do we come from? That is at a family level, at a clan level, at a society level, at a national level, and then at an international level, that we all are finally humans inhabiting Earth. So it gives us a sense of belonging, and it helps us understand ourselves and empathize where the other person is coming from. So empathy is very important that storytelling teaches us. And I'll play a small video by Jeff Bezos, who talks about stories are levers that can change the world. And he talks about the power of storytelling.
Storytelling is the oldest thing that humans do. We've been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. Long before there was written language, before there was any medium to convey it, people sat around and they told each other stories. And it's how we teach each other things. And we learn from stories. We learn from fiction. We learn from fiction because we get to live an alternate life. In that moment, you watch this and you're learning it. So it can be fun, it can be action, it can be funny, it can be comedy. But the very best things take those elements and teach a little something. There's something in there that you walk away with and you're inspired by it. And it doesn't matter if it's drama, comedy, anything, you're going to walk away with something.
And that is the power of storytelling. Very, very important. And that is exactly what we do at Champak. We tell stories. I want to take you through one of the stories that we've done, just to take you back to your childhood. It's an audio that is going to play, I'm going to play an audio from a story called Toothless Wants to Be Perfect.
Welcome to another amazing tale from Champak magazine. Let me ask you something. Do you believe in being perfect? Because sometimes chasing perfection can be really hard and even a little lonely. Today's story is about Toothless, a young shark who just wants to be perfect. But he discovers something far more important in his quest to be flawless. So let's dive into this heartwarming underwater tale. Toothless Wants to Be Perfect by Vidya J.S. Toothless Shark was posing in front of a shiny shell. He looked at his reflection and sighed.
I wish I was perfect.
The fish on the movie posters he loved were colorful and bright, especially the orange clownfish. One day he told his mom,
I wish I was orange like the clownfish.
Orange? My goodness. Welcome to...
I'll stop it here. And this love for stories, best way to, imagine what does the magazine do to a child. This is a video which was shared by a parent when he receives the Champak magazine on mail. Sorry. You can see the child picking up. I'll just play it again. And that is what something that you love, that you grew up with, does to you. How did it all start? It began, the magazine was founded in 1969 by Sri Vishwanathji of Delhi Press. And the idea was that children like to share stories. They like to share stories about things that are happening in the world around them. How do they come out of their emotional issues? My best friend stopped talking to me. I've not been given a part in the drama at my school. It's raining. I don't have good rain boots, rain shoes. All these questions and more are answered. These problems could be solved with intellect and persistence, and that is what these stories did. Over the years, we started Hindi in 1969, then we had Gujarati, we had Marathi, we had English in 1975, and now we are in 8 languages, including Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, and Kannada. We have 3 generations reading Champak, and I'm so glad that only 3 people in this audience did not know about Champak, and now I hope you do. And what did Champak do? It built a safe and harmonious world. They were everyday heroes, no superheroes, simple language that children could understand. They could read on their own. You didn't need a dictionary to read Champak magazine. And they always, all our stories end in hope because children need hope. And no villains. There are no villains in Champak. You can reform yourself. It is up to you to reform yourself. There are stories rooted in deep emotions, in intellectual thinking and rationality, and that's what even keeps the magazine alive today. We have a story that we share with everybody, and obviously we had Mr. Sharma just going to space, and at that time we posted this story on our social media. In 1997, when Kalpana Chawla went to space on the NASA mission over Columbia, she wrote to the editor saying, I want to carry something from Champak. The editor at that point of time sent her a t-shirt with a Champak logo. On her return in 2003, there was a tragic death. All people on that Columbia passed away when the space shuttle entered the Earth. And her husband came back to the Champak office and gave this t-shirt with Chiku and the NASA logo there, saying that this inspired her to become an astronaut and let it inspire more and more children. So this is a story that I really wanted to share. We run a column called Marvelous Aunt Menka because though Mrs. Gandhi is a politician, she's also an avid lover of animals, and she, in a very straightforward style, will tell you, why don't you adopt stray animals? You can't keep turtles. I didn't know that you couldn't keep Indian turtles as pets. And this is how, because children relate to animals the best. We all relate to animals the best way. And then we run a column by her. This is some numbers to give us, and I'm going to just play a video along with it. That is actually just telling you the number of copies that we print. 300,000 copies sold per month, 1.8 billion readers, 28,000 schools that we reach, 1 lakh subscribers, and everybody gets a physical copy. We don't have a digital presence because children cannot read digitally. This is a video which was taken after COVID. And now we come to from print to possibilities. Where do we go from this magazine today? In 2021, we started short story anthologies. From the magazine, we took stories and we partnered with Penguin and Rupa and Unbound, and we made them into books. We have 50 plus titles now with over 200,000 copies sold. I'm just going to show you some of the covers of the anthologies. We have Celebrating India, Earth My Home, From Mountains to the Sea, Wonderful Me. We have the Champak Storybox series. These are all available at airports, e-commerce, bookstores. So if you're not subscribing to the magazine, but you still want the stories, you can buy these books for the children. Libraries are a very big part of this initiative. We have them in Hindi also. All Hindi books are now in 2nd and 3rd print editions. These are activity books which children love to do for kinesthetic learning. They all want to actually draw, learn, find simple puzzles. And these are for early childhood. One of the things we realized was that from when we were making the magazine, what we also realized was, how do we equip our children into foundational literacy and numeracy? No, before that, actually, this year we will become India's largest short story producer on Audible. We have 100 stories, which are going to be, out of which I think more than about 15 are there already on the store. And this year we'll do, and this is, the Audible store is not yet up. It's going through beta testing. But I'll again make you listen to a small story, like the one you listened earlier. Volume, please.
Welcome to a delightful tale from Champak magazine. Today's story is about friendship, mystery, and forgiveness. It's about Jumbo the elephant, who grows the juiciest sugarcane and shares it with love. Until one day, something strange starts happening on his farm. Something mysterious. Stay tuned as we uncover the story of the sugarcane ghost.
Along with that, we tied up with Sky Books, which is actually a sister concern of Ratna Sagar Publishing. They are school books. And this year we are going to be into 50 schools with curriculum, which has more than 32 academic books. All the books are based on the stories of Champak. And basically, it is to reinforce foundational literacy and numeracy, which Indian children really fall back behind on. So you know that there are numbers like the ASAT numbers which are quoted by the government, which basically says though our children move from grade 1 to grade 2, grade 2 to grade 3, grade 3 to grade 8. But if you ask a grade 8 student, can he read and write basic English or basic Hindi or basic, I'm not very sure about the mother tongue, the other mother tongues, but there is a huge gap in English and there's a huge gap in Hindi. And the idea of introducing these books from nursery, which is the foundational years program of the NEP and the NCF, is to make education not something other. Because they've known Champak, they know the stories of Champak, we are hoping that they will be more receptive to this curriculum. You can see some of the inside pages. It's about, I can't play, but I'm not going to take too much time, but I can share these inside pages, which are very interactive, story-based on the curriculum. And something closest to my heart is season 1, 26 episodes, 11 minutes each, of an animation series that we are producing ourselves at Champak. And the reason I say it's very close to my heart, we cannot confidentially tell you what it is because it's under confidentiality agreement. But it is about a young girl who goes into an adventure. And the reason we are producing it ourselves, because whenever we went to any platform to say we want to do animation, they said, we want a story animation series based on an 8-year-old boy because only boys see animation. So I hope for all the young girls who see animation, who are growing up and see animation, this will be something that they will be able to relate to. And no magazine is without, no publication is without their readers. So I'm going to just, play some of the videos of our readers.
Champak. I love to read Champak because Champak has inspiring and exciting stories, and I love its fun time because it has fabulous jokes and riddles. I like Champak so much because of the riddles and questions that you feature, the fun time, who am I, and how much here you know. The content of the feature thinking is very good. Marvelous at Maneka is a feature that I open the first when I get my hands on a Champak. I like Champak so much because of the videos and sessions that you feature to time. And how much here you know.
I think the audios are getting mixed up, but we want to touch 1 billion lives, whether here in the Indian diaspora and across the world, because stories are universal. And stories just don't teach, they transform. So touch 1 billion lives with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking us back into our yesteryears and also into the future. Absolutely. Stories help transform. अब anybody who feels कि किसी भी कहानी का उन पर बहुत ही एक असर रह गया है over the years. Anybody? Like for me, being a theater kid, Harisankar Prasad is a writer whose short stories have like stayed with me for a long time. And व्यंग है वक्त के ऊपर बहुत चीजों. But for anybody else, any character that you fondly remember or feel close to or feel inspired by, या कोई कहानी किसी के मन में है, give us a name that will work. If anybody, nobody. Okay. Chaliye. With that, let's go on to our next session, which is on state of print media. And to share his views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage the president of INS, Shreyams Kumarji. Everybody.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Every event will have a boring session. You're going to have one. I'm asked to speak on the state of print media. I warned Anand that I'm not a good speaker. You'll be wasting the time of the delegates. Anyway, I'll just take 2-3 minutes of yours. Today, news travels around the world within seconds. The invaluable benefit of the technology and digital media have brought to journalism is the ability to get audience to interact with the news effortlessly from anywhere in the world. On social media platforms, readers can leave likes and comments on the content. All of this can be an extra source of motivation for journalists. They can visualize the extent to which people engage with their content, and journalists all over the world have enjoyed the opportunity. Print and digital each bring distinct strength to modern marketing. While digital delivers instant reach and precision tracking, print provides credibility, focus attention, and emotional connection that screens simply cannot match. The most successful marketing strategies recognizes these differences. They use print for premium positioning and deep engagement, while leveraging digital for broad reach and real-time optimization. Print isn't disappearing. It's becoming more strategic, more targeted, and more valuable as a complement to digital efforts. The key is knowing when to use each medium and how to make them to work together for maximum impact. The content is at the core of the medium and platform by which the content is delivered. Print, digital, radio, television, etc. keeps changing. These platforms are also interconnected that we cannot separate one from another. Our world and our lives have increasingly become interdependent. So when our neighbors is harmed, it affects us too. This is so true when it comes to the media landscape. We must abandon outdated notion of them and us and think of our world much more in terms of a great we. Although we live in a technology-consuming world, consumers still trust print ads over digital ads. Consumers consider print ads more trustworthy, so it lends credibility to the marketing campaign. I'll tell you one instance. A few months back, all the newspapers in Kerala published a marketing feature about a university. It was talking about how India will be by 2050. And those people who read the newspaper thought it is real news, and they started calling all our bureaus. They said there won't be any currency, to be all digital, and people started rushing to the banks. And we had to take a lot of slack because of that, because they trusted what was printed, and we all used our own font to do this creative. And we learned a lesson And we realized that whatever comes in print is more trustworthy than digital. If it came in digital, nobody would have bothered to react. Added to this is the proliferation of misinformation and fake news in the digital spray. Fake news is something which we are, that's one big problem we all are facing. We all know that. I don't want to get into the details of it. Print offers a physical experience, something you can hold, revisit, and keep. This leads to stronger memory retention, emotional connection. Humans are often driven by the feelings, whether it's in romance, tragedy, accomplishments, or failures. Print ad evokes more emotions in human, leading to consumer buying the product or availing the services. On the other hand, digital excels in speed and interactivity. It enables precise audience targeting with detailed analytics. Print provides higher brand recall, 77% against 46% of digital. On average, readers spend 20 minutes or more reading a print publication compared to digital readers who spend less than 5 minutes reading a digital news site. Print also connects on deeper level. Bold visuals create a sensory experience which screens cannot replicate. Print isn't disappearing. Instead, it's adopting and finding new roles through integrated marketing strategies. The most effective campaigns use both, combining print impact with digital agility for broader, deeper engagement. For instance, print also drives online actions. QR codes and short links in a print ad will lead to download of apps, and we get tactile impact of print with trackable digital results. Studies show print triggers 20% stronger motivation and higher brand recall than digital. Print requires less mental efforts to process. It feels real, it's trusted, it holds attention without the noise of pop-ups on screens. Smart marketers recognize print's unique value while integrated campaigns value within integrated campaigns rather than viewing it as a standalone. Digital ads do not have the long shelf life. Its life lasts as long as the marketing campaign lasts. But print has heavy recall value and lasts longer. Combining print ads with digital have proven 4 times more effective than employing digital resources alone in generating consumer engagement. When it comes to language newspaper and magazines, they have strong reputation and local community and maintain great relationship with loyal subscribers. The initiatives of Association Within Magazine to collaborate with ONDC and Prasar Bharati Wave OTT for the magazine e-store and seller-side application is a classic example of leveraging digital platform for enhancing print magazine sales. I congratulate the Association of Indian Magazine for this novel initiative, which will be great value to all members of the publication. Print magazines can reclaim and grow their audience by blending tradition with innovation. And I'm sure that the Indian Magazine Congress 2025 will deliberate on these topics in today's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your session, sir. So next was supposed to be a special keynote address by the Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Railways and IT, but sir is busy in a parliament session and unfortunately couldn't join us now. But before we move ahead with the next one, may I please request Mr. Anant Nath to once again join us on the stage and take the proceedings further.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I think we are missing the minister today. However, I must just bring this, we had approached the minister about a couple of months ago to, seek his support for resolving, issues with respect to Indian Post, Ministry of Railways, Information Technology, and MIB, of course. And I must say the minister has been quite proactive. And today, the 3 launches that we have planned have, in one way or the other, have had significant support from the ministries that that he presides over. So I will, one of the biggest, memories of magazines that anybody probably has, or one of the first memories of magazines that people would be seeing magazines on railway stalls. And I'm sure everybody, whether you're from north or south, would remember the time you've seen some magazine at H. Wheeler, if you're from northern India, if you're from southern India, Higginbotham's. And that was really the place where magazine found its readers. Gradually, of course, we have seen that that entire channel has sort of fallen through. And as a result, we have lost a significant share of market that we were earlier accustomed to. So we approached the ministry and we asked minister support to revive Indian Railways as an important, platform, as an important destination for magazines to be available again. And of course, it set in motion a series of things, one of which was an experiment that we have run with IRCTC, which is, of course, as you all know, it's a ticketing, catering, lifeline of Indian Railways, I would say. And of course, we have with us here, Director of IRCTC, Mr. Rahul Himalayan. And before I bring him on, before I invite him to sort of talk about how IRCTC is reviving magazine sales through Indian Railway Network, I thought I'll play a small video of this experiment that we have run over the last 2 months on 2 Tejas trains to sell magazines, through a certain arrangement we've had, with the endeavor that once this pilot is run successfully, we will hope to sort of expand it to, I think, more than a couple of hundred premium trains. And of course, once these things take place, then even making sure that availability of magazines on railway stations, there are multiple ways. IRCTC itself is a huge network, and I'll let Mr. Himalayan talk about it. We have a lot of expectations from and hope and you can say aspirations. It will be one step at a time, and I'm very glad to share today the first step that has taken place. So if we can play the short video on the Tejas experiment that Magazine Association have been running in partnership with IRCTC.
Indian Railways, with over 6.9 million passengers annually and a network spanning 69,000 plus kilometers. It's not just the lifeline of India. It is the heartbeat of our nation. From Rajdhani to Vande Bharat, India's premium trains redefine speed and comfort. Among them, the Tejas Express stands out. India's first semi-high speed, fully air-conditioned train operated by IRCTC in a landmark initiative. The Ministry of Railways, IRCTC, and AIM have come together to bring curated magazines to passengers aboard in some of the Tejas routes on experimental basis. From children's stories to thought-provoking features, these magazines are transforming travel into a richer experience. Passengers now enjoy engaging content alongside gourmet meals and infotainment, making every journey more meaningful. The response overwhelming. Increased passenger satisfaction, renewed interest in Indian magazines, a model for public-private collaboration. This is more than distribution. It's about reviving reading culture, enhancing travel, and celebrating India's storytelling legacy on the move. Our aim is to extend this collaboration across all premium trains, ensuring a journey that's not just comfortable, but delightful, engaging, and enriching for every passenger.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rahul Himalayan, if I can invite you over and talk about IRCTC's plans and how can we revive magazine reading through this lifeline of the country. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Himalayan.
Namaskar. First of all, I would like to thank the Association of Indian Magazines on its flagship celebration event, the Indian Magazine Congress, to invite IRCTC. I would begin by saying that the Association of Indian Magazines, which itself is a conglomeration of editors, publishers, readers, digital creators, then industrialists, policymakers, visionaries, is doing a great job, because in this time horizon, we are at a particular phase when we are in transient between the digital world and the manual. So there is a famous saying that I know that I do not know, but they do not know that they do not know, of Socrates. The beginning of learning starts with curiosity, and it starts with unlearning. You have to start with scratch zero. So when we came to know about this experiment, actually, IRCTC itself, I would speak a little bit about IRCTC, then about the association, is the Indian Railways Catering and Tourism Corporation. It is a Navratna Schedule A PSU of the Ministry of Railways, and it runs the catering, number one segment, second segment is Rail Neer, third is tourism, and fourth is internet ticketing. So IRCTC is mainly known by its catering and internet ticketing. That is the public interface, but we do a lot of tourism also. So in the tourism segment, we started 2 corporate Tejas trains. That was way back, more than 5 years back. One was on 4th October in 2019, and the second one was on 20th January 2020, between Ahmedabad and Mumbai Central on 20th January 2020, and between Lucknow Junction and New Delhi Station on 4th October 2019. What were the expectations, aspirations? The corporate Tejas trains, with its fully automated, and the staff, because experience and the services of the staff, it was giving an airline experience, with the rail hostesses and all, call button, and the engagement with the customer, unlike the other Indian Railway trains. It took the passenger satisfaction, customer delight to a new level itself. And few months back, Mr. Bimalji, Mr. Anand, they met the railway minister, and these are the trains. Basically, we could say that IRCTC, which stands for customer, like the external customer, I really care towards the customer. IRCTC is only possible when the internal workforce of 3,000 people is motivated towards that. So for the internal customer, IRCTC stands as I really care to contribute. So this is about IRCTC producing around 18 lakh meals on a daily basis, around 18.4 lakh of bottles on a daily basis. And on the tourism segment, we have the range going from 500 rupees per person per day, including accommodation, sightseeing, catering, everything, to around 80 lakh rupees in the Maharajas Express. We run the Maharajas Express, the Golden Chariot, and various Bharat Gaurav trains. New things like the Champak is not known by everyone. So in a similar way, tourism of IRCTC, we have been running this Bharat Bhutan Mystic Tour, the Northeast Discovery, Bharat Nepal tour, in which a train, it takes you on a journey of 10 nights, 11 days to the border of Bhutan, and from there we take you into Bhutan, Thimphu, Paro, Naka, all these areas. So in this way, we have got around 10 rakes of Bharat Gaurav, and the fashionable words in Indian Railways for the passenger services is Vande Bharat, which are already 144 trains, and on the tourism side, it is Bharat Gaurav trains. So in Bharat Gaurav trains, we are covering all the pilgrimage, heritage, and with the opening up of the Kashmir also, we are planning to run trains into Kashmir, touching Anantnag, which will take you to Pahalgam, Baramulla, which will take you closer to Gulmarg, and Srinagar itself. The trains have reached till there. So with this concept, the Association of Indian Magazine, when they brought, the passengers were delighted, as you saw in the video, with the memories going back to Champak, Amar Chitra Katha. Many magazines have to be revived. Panchtantra, Jataka Tales, Chacha Chaudhary, Sabu, Pinky, Billu, all these things like our generation may be able to relate, but our children are not able to relate with this. But when these things in the form of glossy, well-published magazines come, which passenger will not want to buy it as a souvenir or whatever? Like, but so this association, as I said, the corporate Tejas trains will give a funnel, and the Indian Railways, they are with more than 1250 trains to the Association of Indian Magazines to proliferate it all across Indian Railways. So we at IRCTC, and I would end up by just saying कि जब बना ही लिया है हौसला ऊंची उड़ान का तो फिजूल है नापना कद आसमान का. So with this association, we are always there for AIM in whatever best possible way we can proliferate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I never knew that IRCTC also meant, as sir says, that I really care to communicate and I really care to customers as well. Thank you so much, sir, for this. Can I please have you back, Mr. Nath? And just to take this conversation a little more further, we now have a discussion with Shri Rahul Himalanji along with Pradeep Gupta ji. So we'll have that stage ready for that. Allow us a moment, sir. Gentlemen. From the hotel, anybody is here who can help us? You have a question, sir? They'll come on. We'll give them a moment. Get the stage ready. Himanshu? Next, after this is the launch of magazine store on Waves OTT, which Mr. Nath spoke of in the morning as well. And a couple of more sessions. Uske baad, we also have our Maximize Awards as well. Can also get two mics, please. एक बार फिर आपकी तालियों के साथ, let's please welcome to the stage Shri Rahul Himalayan ji along with Shri Pradeep Gupta ji for the next discussion. Please.
Hello. So, I'm just taken back to my childhood. पहले जब भी हम लोग ट्रेन का सफर किया करते थे, तो सबसे पहले जो होता था वो ये कि मैगजीन्स खरीदी जाती थी. And I think this is a memory that must be living with everybody here in this audience, that the first thing that used to happen is that there were these Higginbottom stalls and the A.H. Wheeler stalls on all railway stations. And it used to be an experience. You go to those particular stalls, you will buy a couple of books, you will buy three or four magazines, and you will come and you will those would be your companion throughout. But that scenario changed dramatically over the past, I would say, nearly 2 decades or so. That scenario started changing. And gradually, magazines started vanishing from railway stations. And in fact, we all know that A.H. Wheeler as well as Higginbottoms have gone through a difficult time as well, and so on. Uh, so my first question to you is that was there a thinking from the side of the government also that this is something that should be revived, and the same old habit that used to be there as part of the train travel should once again come into picture?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pradeep. First of all, since we are talking about Indian Railways, I would like to go back to the history also. Like in 1857, when the first train started from Boribandar to Thane, at that time, the railways was taken as a colonial, because it used to, from communication point of view, from networking, from defense, strategic point of view also. So people had that claustrophobic effect that traveling in a train, kahin humko band karke kahin le to nahi jayenge. These are facts and all. And at that time, they used to give them 4 ana to a person to travel on a train as an incentive. Instead of them buying a ticket, they used to get incentive. This thing I came to know myself very recently. And from that, from that time, the trains and all, they have taken the ticketing as a very politically sensitive issue, and all the increase in price becomes very difficult. So in trains also, we have various segments, like they have evolved. Rajdhani, Vande Bharat, then Yuva Express, Duronto Express, then Garib Rath, Shatabdi Express, Jan Shatabdi Express. There are so many. Some are associated with the rake, some are associated with the timings, the segments, the sector. So like this, when we spoke about Indian Railways, right now in India, it's a monopolistic organization that is run by the government of India. When we look back at Japan, Japan has got 17 different railways and all being done. So it becomes all the more important for the government to fulfill its social responsibility, not to look back. So at this time, जब आप जाते हैं, so you are traveling with a humsafar, है ना? There's a humsafar express also, by the way. You are traveling with a companion. Then sometimes you look into कि वो क्या खाना लाए हैं, या वो क्या चीज लाए हैं. कई बार बच्चे कोई कॉमिक्स पढ़ रहे होते हैं. So there's a lot of exchange of information, values, Sanskriti. You fall in love with the trend. Similarly, these things, there's a magazines. Now we'll go into the digital part of it also, the e-magazine with ONDC, and so the AIM will go. So those fond memories are strengthened. Like there are there are a lot of flavors. One of the flavors are the magazines and the reading material which are carried in the trains and which help in traversing a journey of say 36 hours, 24 hours very easily. So this association of magazines and the trains is a long one, and we foresee that we will revive it in some or the other way. Like I said, that the Tejas way, we are giving a platform for the AIM, and in future and all, it will proliferate all across Indian Railways. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. But now a lot of magazines are also going digital, right? And there's been a lot of talk about the physical part as well as the digital part. And today, most of the trains are also Wi-Fi enabled. Do you also see this relationship expanding into the direction where, there could be PDF versions also that could be available, or Kindle versions that could be available?
Yeah, in Tejas itself, now we are also in a transient phase, because the railways had thought about amplifying and increasing the number of trains. But in that phase also, we have this LCD screens like the Vistara, or airlines like bring your own device. So that with that concept and all, and a WiMAX or a Wi-Fi concept itself on the train will allow you to access a digital content out there. These magazines, and which give a feeling of reading a magazine, will be proliferated. In Tejas also, when it was introduced in the executive chair class, we had these LCD screens. Now, no longer it is there, but it can be revived anytime very soon. At that time, whatever level or whatever level of proliferation AIM has gone into the digital space, it will be imbibed immediately by IRCTC.
Okay. By the way, any of you, if you want to ask questions on this particular scheme, which was just now launched, please feel free to ask those questions. Now, when you make the booking, is a choice of which magazines that I want to read, can I establish a choice at that time? या जब मैं वहां पहुंचता हूं और उसके बाद जो मेरे पास जो अवेलेबल होती हैं वो मेरे पास लिस्ट है और उसके बेसिस के ऊपर अभी मॉडल वर्क करेगा, किस तरह से काम करेगा?
Abhi, we will take it further. Like I was telling Mr. Bimal also, like now we are doing it in the rudimentary way. A person goes, flashes the magazines, and a good salesman, what he'll do when he reaches a coach, he will distribute the magazines to each one of them. Not each one of them, maybe around 8-10 magazines, so as to create interest. Then people will like to buy a magazine. But nowadays, there is a negative thing also to it, that what persons do, they flip through a magazine and they get a psychological feeling कि ये मैंने अभी इंडिया टुडे पढ़ ली पूरी, अब खरीदने का फायदा नहीं है. So what I told him is that in a small thumbnail kind of thing, you have this picture of Champak, India Today, whatever is there available in a laminated pamphlet type of thing. Then you distribute it across to 15-20 persons and they take their orders. Now these orders, now we like Deep is telling that at the time of ticket booking itself, you give them the option that do they, because right now we are in a selling mode only. We are not in a renting mode that you get a magazine. It doesn't work as a library that you get a magazine for the journey that we can think of later on when the AIM is comfortable on its viability aspect and all, that we can think later on. But if you want a magazine to be given to you this edition, so at the time of ticketing itself, that option will be there. Or otherwise, like I spoke about a call button and all, you will have this option from a seat. You can you can just click on that particular thing and the person comes and delivers it to you. That is on the train itself.
So are you saying that just like we can give food preference, similarly, we can actually give a magazine preference? I see two hands up. So, yeah, Girish.
Correct. Correct. We can have, this is a good suggestion, various means and all.
Sure.
So that the person knows which magazines are being on sale.
Instead of that, maybe along with that, make a laminated sheet with some stories so that anyone, any age can read that. And it's not laminated. It can be reused of media anyway. If you do not be a waste of paper or something, it will be very interesting stories, some part, small portions in a block, squares, and 3 different stories, different.
Correct. Suggestion well taken. Like in many restaurants also, you have the tray out there, which sometimes it engages you. Before the meal comes, it engages you in the form of riddle, puzzles, stories, narratives. So in a similar way, what there's in the field of entertainment, there is something called a trailer. And before trailer, we call it as a teaser. So similarly, what I am to say, if our main aim is to create the interest in the passenger in buying that magazine, we have to enthuse him towards that. So we can say that our particular magazine, Champak, the sale of magazines has been more of, I would like to share in the last 2 months, has been more of the kids magazine, the women magazine, and the politics magazine on politics. हाँ जी. हाँ जी.
No, so far it is not there, but that is the entire thing which from
Yeah.
2 months it has started with one train right now.
Correct.
But it will expand and it will go
Like
to
Pradeep ji is saying, this experiment between IRCTC and AIM, we have to set the standards, we have to set the benchmarks. We have got that option. Whatever standards, benchmarks, variants, options, choices we give, that will be that can be replicated all over Indian Railways. Like we were talking about 6.9 million passengers, 69,000 kilometers, and it can be replicated. So we have got that with us.
And what is the percentage share? How is that split between IRCTC and the publisher?
Right now, we are taking it as a pilot project and all. We are taking only 10%. And between the service provider and the AIM and all, it is worked up internally between them and whatever condition. But we are keeping it very flexible right now because we want the product to grow. So that is the main aim.
Right. And of course, unsold and returns are to the account of the publisher, right? Okay. I saw somebody else also raising a hand there. Yeah, please, Anant.
Forum for distribution, and of course it's collapsed. And one of the suggestions we had given in one of the meetings we've had is that if can AIM somehow take the responsibility of, at least in the major stations, managing through its network of agents to ensure that magazine distribution and magazine sale is there, because right now, of course, as we know, all the H-Wheeler and Higginbothams have been sort of converted into multi-product store. No longer, they're hardly selling any magazines or books or newspapers for that matter. And if a concessional, way was possible, I mean, we'll of course have come with some proposal for it. But it's a very big, what you can say, latent audience out there. And secondly, also on IRCTC website and app itself, if people can order magazines beforehand, like you can order food before you board a train. You go to Shatabdi, you can say that in so and so Ambala station you can have some, I don't know, McDonald's or Subway burger, and somebody comes to deliver it. The same network if can be used for magazine, physical magazine, because not in every train probably we won't be able to serve magazine within the train, but we can tie up with an agent. Every station has some agent, and we can ensure fulfillment of it. So there are multiple possibilities that technology can allow.
I think it will also be a good idea to incorporate some, like you have these automatic vending machines, right? So similarly, there can be that kind of a thing also at a railway station. So perhaps we should look at, working out with some vending machines, which can be there with all different kind of magazines, and you pay the money and press. And आजकल तो पैसा जो है वो तो आप UPI से दोगे, but you can do that kind of a thing as well. So that possibility, I think we should definitely look
This
at.
is basically, this is a decision by a parent organization, Ministry of Railways and all. And IRCTC, like I said, is a extended hospitality and catering and tourism wing of Indian Railways. Right now, if we set, because see, a person spends around 10% of his journey. Journey starts from home, that is the commuting part. Then when he reaches the station, he spends some time. Then maximum he travels on train. So we had this merchandise on train also earlier. Merchandise in bits and pieces, but it never got formulated as a policy which was sustainable. But in this magazine, if we send benchmarks and standards, then on trains it will become established, and on platforms also it should be there. In vending form also it should be there, because it doesn't require any manual or human interface. People can come and take the magazine of their choice. So it will be replicated. So this revival, this spark has to be ignited of going back to the past. And if it is giving value to it, it's giving happiness to maybe a child, maybe a lady, maybe a gents and all, maybe a senior citizen in reading the magazine, it is because it is a win-win-win situation. It has to be a win situation for IRCTC, win situation for AIM, and win situation for the customer for whom we are designing this product. So
Right.
with this and all, it can be proliferated and all. So IRCTC is becoming a medium, a madhyam, so that both of us perform together and do well. So the Indian Railways emulates and replicates it all over.
So today we have done the formal launch. What do we see in terms of the publicity around this, so that the customers are aware that such a thing is available today on India trains? Is there any plan for ensuring publicity of this scheme?
On Tejas we have and all. We have I said like IRCTC is a big ticketing website. We ourselves are the most transacted e-commerce website with around 80 lakh logins on a daily basis and 13 lakh tickets being purchased on a daily basis, with 10 crore registered users. So in the website itself, once we establish the product and we are sure that the product is well established, then we can go a big way by way of banners, backfills, push notifications, emailers and all. That is the digital, through the digital media and all. And the best publicity, like you have a zoom in a camera. So it is said that the best zoom is a human's legs. And zoom was made because a human cannot travel that way. So similarly, the best publicity is the performance of this project. Then it will surely grow leaps and bounds.
Absolutely. We all sincerely hope so. A big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. With that, it's now time for the launch of Magazine Store on Waves OTT. And to take the proceedings forward, please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of Prasar Bharati, Shri Gaurav Dwivedi ji, along with Mr. Nath, please. Good evening, sir. Please, you want a hand mic? No, the kicker for the presentation. That's it. You want to be here? Just a small video to play. And then we'll start with our discussion. So you want a hand mic or this is okay for this? Whatever.
So I'm sure everybody here has heard and seen, or at least heard of Waves. It's probably the biggest launch that has been done by Prasar Bharati in definitely recent memory. I will tell you a little bit more, but I'll let Mr. Dwivedi tell you a little bit more, far more detail. But basically, as we all know, we've all grown up on Doordarshan content. It is perhaps the biggest content producer in the country. We talk about magazines, we talk about private television channels, we talk about newspapers. But the fact is that the state broadcaster ends up actually being the biggest content producer, and not just in any one region, but in multiple regions, multiple languages. So at some point, the Prasar Bharati and the government took a very forward-looking decision to ensure where the user is, let's move the content to there. And that's how, in the age of Netflix, Amazon, the great library of Doordarshan, and we're talking about content for the last 50, 60 years, and fresh content being produced every month. All of that has been housed within the Waves app. It was launched formally earlier in the year, long way in making. It's becoming a very integral destination on every mobile phones, because it's almost, and there's no way to underscore the importance of the state broadcasters' content. And therefore, a couple of months ago or 3 months ago, we got in touch with Prasar Bharati, and very enthusiastically, I remember the first conversation I had with Mr. Dwivedi, And I said, we have an idea that we want to do something. And he said, no, wait, I have an idea that I want to do with you guys. And I said, sir, what is it? He said, I think we should create a magazine store on Waves. I said, well, that's what I had called you for, but before I could say, you read my mind, or you probably had the same wavelength. And he said, we want to have the biggest magazine store, biggest online magazine store on Waves app. And we are, we would like to create the biggest repository of at least the magazine content. And that's how the conversation started. It was literally over 2 months ago. By the time machine set in motion, it was maybe 40 days ago, maybe 30 days ago. And his team under him has been working day in and day night. I mean, I want to point out Nida here. Nida, please, if you can just step up, all right? Just raise your hand. Please give a big applause. What we are seeing today has been done literally within a month's time. They've been working day in and day out. And today what we're seeing is a sort of a momentous launch for us in the online space. So I will not take the thunder away. Thank you, Nida. I will let Mr. Dwivedi only talk about what Waves is, the vision behind Waves first, and then of course officially launch the magazine store. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anandji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends. I was not quite planning to make a speech, and I shall refrain from doing so because the original idea was that Pradeep ji will interrogate me, and he will. So the way out is not available. Even if I make a speech, you will have to endure twice of me. So therefore, I won't do that. Only one thing that I would like to say, that media in various forms has evolved and developed very, very substantially in the last 100 years. While the written word, the printed word, and the entire progression has been around for as long as we can remember. But the speed of innovation from sound and radio to television to CD players to streaming, so many different forms, and with each development in this on the technological front, there was always this apprehension by the established players that would some of the older forms die out. And we've seen not once, not twice, but repeatedly that none of the forms of the media has actually died out or been eliminated or collapsed. The ratios have changed. Yes, certainly the method of content consumption has changed. And sometimes the older forms have reinvented themselves and presented themselves to the audience in an altogether new way, whether we call it audience or readers or viewers or whatever. So when I have my discussion with Pradeep ji, during that talk, I'll tell you a little bit more about Waves and what we are doing there, along with now today launching the magazine store. I'm very thankful to Anandji and his entire team for joining step with us and working very, very hard to get this thing launched today. So we'll just play a short video, and then after that, we'll start with our talk. Nida, you ready? Please.
Yes, can I invite Mr. Vibhor Jain, ONDC CEO and acting CEO and COO, and Mr. Pradeep Gupta on the stage. We have one more launch for the day. I will let Pradeep ji talk about the launch on ONDC and Digi-Art network. And essentially, it's part of the same ecosystem, Waves, ONDC, Digi-Art, and at some point, hopefully, IRCTC. I think they all sort of talk to each other, and I hope they create a network effect for e-commerce, and within which magazine space to be carved out. In fact, as in the earlier sessions, Deepak was talking about, Deepak Bhatt of India Today, the availability of magazines on various e-commerce platforms, whether it's Blinkit, Amazon, Zepto, and multiple other formats. And one thing I want to reiterate, that in all of this magazine association, all publishers have been working together, and he sort of made a call that anybody who wants help, we are there, so even if you're not part of these conversations, whether on Waves, whether on ONDC, whether on Amazon, whether on Blinkit, we're all trying to create a bigger market for magazines. So if any publisher feels that their magazines are left out, please be in touch with us. Please be in touch with any of the office bearers or Deepak or, us, and we'll find a solution, because the bigger is the portfolio, the bigger is the market. And now is the time we want to expand the market. It's not a question of A magazine versus B. It's all magazines put together and ensuring that those magazines are available across the platform. All right, over to the session now.
Thank you, Anant. Throughout the sessions that we have had in the morning, one theme which has consistently come about is the focus on distribution. That you need great content, but then after that, you should be able to distribute it in a great manner. And once that happens, then you should be able to monetize it in a great manner. So that has been the sort of theme that has been running in all the sessions since the morning. And I think these three launches that have happened today are really a momentous time as far as the magazine industry is concerned. Because the three launches, one where now, it is available on trains, and the launch that happened just now, where it is now available on OTT platform, and the launch that is that will soon happen, which is making it available on e-commerce platforms. All of that is creating absolutely new avenues for the entire magazine ecosystem. So I think today is really momentous because we are looking at a quantum shift taking place as far as this outreach of magazines is concerned. So, let me first sort of ask you this question more from a government's perspective. The government of India traditionally had always been a great supporter for the publishing industry, in the sense that we had special rates for postal, we had special, in trains, there was a special section which was made by which magazines could be taken at night and be available at different stations in the morning. So, in all varieties of distribution, there was a support that used to be available to us. But over the years, I think some of those distribution methodologies started getting replaced, so you have couriers which were carrying the publications, and there have been changes that have been happening there. Is this part of, is this individual department initiatives, or are we looking at a grander picture here that perhaps there needs to be knowledge dissemination, must reach tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns in India, and therefore there has to be a support that should be available to the knowledge dissemination that takes place via newspapers and magazines? Gauravji.
Thank you, Pradeepji. I think as far as the traditional means of support to the print and publishing media, whether it is through advertising, whether it is through subsidized rates for distribution and other things are concerned. So these were things that evolved over a period of several years. And at no point of time has the government really ever thought that this is something, whether it is remunerative or not remunerative or not, nothing. I mean, in terms of support to whether it's newspapers or magazines or other journals and their distribution mechanisms, government has always been extremely proactive in terms of listening to the needs of the industry. The major shift, I suppose, actually did not happen due to any change in the government stance, but two other major reasons. One being that over the last 10 to 20 years, as the electronic media have become more prevalent across the country, even in the rural and hinterland areas, the younger generations have generally tended to start consuming content in newer forms. And that's when I think the content consumption, and I'm not talking about music and video, but even reading content being consumed in the form of PDFs or on websites or downloaded onto your own device, that was already a trend that was getting established. I think it was sometime around 2015, where content consumption on mobile devices in India exceeded the content consumption on desktop devices. So which means the mobiles and the tablets actually then overtook content consumption, digital content consumption from other sources. And this is a Gartner report. So this is an established fact. The biggest upheaval, I think, happened at the time of the COVID pandemic. And that time, due to restrictions of various sorts, the distribution of magazines, newspapers was very, very severely impacted. And I think those numbers really fell. There were a whole lot of conspiracy theories and other things going on at that time, where even the feeling that do you even touch a newspaper or do you even touch a magazine which has been delivered at your doorstep? Is it safe? Is it not? Those kind of stories were going around at that time, and many people stopped newspaper subscriptions at that time, stopped their magazine subscriptions. And even if they did not, then the distribution itself on time was becoming a challenge. And for periodicals particularly, that becomes much more important because 1 week later, the entire story narrative has changed. And therefore, the story is old. And I don't know if anybody would want to consume a news magazine which is 15 days or 1 month old. So the industry, I think, was very, very severely impacted by this, and the shift towards the digital side became even more pronounced. In fact, I have some of my friends who run newspapers and magazines, and those people themselves during the pandemic period, on their own, started sending out PDFs of their newspaper on WhatsApp. कि भाई इसको पढ़ तो लो, ऐसे ही पढ़ लो आप. Even if I'm not able to send it as a physical copy to you. So from the publisher's side also, I think there was a greater and increasing acceptance of the fact that content can be consumed electronically, and we should not maintain an arm's length distance from this particular shift, but rather we should embrace it. And over the last 2 to 3 years, you would have also seen that content creation and content generation, the young content creators, have been very, very strongly supported and encouraged by the government of India. Creator awards were handed out last year by the Prime Minister. Recently our ministry organized the Waves Summit, which among other things also covered the printed and the published word. So therefore, all of these things coming together and increasing prevalence also of things like Kindle and all, where people are now happy reading books and periodicals and other things on their devices. So we thought that if we are having this OTT, which is going to bring in music and video content to the audiences, then why should we keep the written word out of it? We started our first presence there.
So on Waves,
one moment. So the first thing that we did there was that whatever material was available within our own ministry, the INB ministry, the magazines, Yojana, Kurukshetra, Bal Bharati, we brought all of these, in fact, the oldest versions, dating back 30, 40 years, the entire archives are now on Waves OTT. And immediately after that, then when Anandji called me up and we said, okay, now let's tie up hands with the private publishers also and invite them. And here we are today with 50 different titles across 8 different languages are launched here today. And we look forward to having more and more of the industry ecosystem coming and joining hands with us, reaching out to the audiences across India and outside.
Thank you. Vibhor, do you want to add something on, this entire initiative ensuring that magazines, or rather content in some form or the other, reaches the last citizen of India?
No, thank you so much for inviting me, Pradeepji. So I think a few points there. So if I look at how the industry has evolved, right? Earlier in the physical world of magazines, there used to be this bazaars, right? Open bazaar, and therefore the distribution wasn't restricted in any form or shape, right? It was pretty open, it was pretty democratized. But obviously, when content moved online, right, lot of restrictions, lot of centralization, control, monopolization started happening, right? So therefore, we saw a big shift. That was one big shift that happened, not just in content, but in every form or shape of commerce, retail, and everything, right? So from open bazaars, we got into monopolistic, e-bazaars equivalent in the form of platforms, right? That's one big shift that happened. The second is obviously in terms of user preferences, in terms of consuming content have changed over time, right? So while habits have changed, not only the younger generation, but even elderly for that matter, right? Today are consuming a lot of content digitally. And I think even from a shift perspective, a lot of content is getting more personalized, more specific, and each of us have very specific habits in terms of what content we want to consume. So I think it's moving at a very fast pace, right? And therefore, the larger question was, in that sort of a space, how do we democratize content distribution as well, right? Whether physical or digital. And I think what we are working on as part of ONDC and also with Prasar Bharati is to say ways and means in which we can democratize the content distribution, both physical and digital, right? And I think what we're doing today is the physical part of it. What we are anyway working otherwise with Prasar Bharati is the digital part of it as well. That why should there be any sort of digital monopolies? And I think what we saw today, even from a physical distribution perspective, we saw, Gauravji just played one video in terms of one OTT platform having those physical libraries available. I think we will also see Digi-Art, another application which would be sort of showcasing similar offerings. So the idea is to democratize access.
I'll just come to what specifically ONDC would be doing as my next.
So I think the larger intent is that, and that's what even the government is looking at. And that was the core purpose of setting up ONDC, to say, okay, how do we democratize access to markets? And that's what we are focusing on.
Yeah. So now coming to waves. So, I'm sure people here want to understand what really is it, what exactly is going to be provided, what is it that we as publishers need to do, and what the consumers should expect.
Okay, so I'll take a moment to explain why we need waves. There are, I think, close to about 80 OTT platforms that are functional in India. These are international brands, national brands, and some very, very specific local brands. In addition to that, there are multiple streaming sites that are available on the net, YouTube being the biggest, and they provide a huge amount of content for audiences. Now, Prasar Bharati, as the public service broadcaster, has the mandate to ensure that there is complete barrier-free access to information, education, and entertainment to every citizen of India. That's our statutory mandate. Which is why you will find that Prasar Bharati has no pay channels. We are all free to air. Anybody with a TV and a set-top box can watch it. It's kept shifting with every shift in the technological evolution. Whether it was medium wave radio earlier and then FM radio came in. So we were the first to come up with the FM radio. We introduced television, we introduced color television, we introduced HD television, and so on and so forth over the years. Now, on the digital side, barring a few free streaming sites, most of them have an entry barrier because you need to be subscribing to them. Unless you are subscribed to them, you cannot stream or watch anything. But for the audiences in India, as Prasar Bharati, as the autonomous public service broadcaster, our role is to eliminate this barrier. And therefore, Waves OTT is the only OTT in India which is completely free for the basic set of services. You can stream channels, you can watch videos, you can listen to music, you can listen to our archives, you can listen to live radio, and now, along with our own ministry's publications, you can also start reading. Now, these are, however, premium services. There are certain premium services, and the magazine store here is a premium service, which is available now only for a monthly subscription of 99 rupees. This is a one-time introductory offer, which will be valid for a period of 1 year. So a monthly subscription in which you have about 8 magazines across, multiple language editions, about 50 different titles available, and this will keep getting updated with every publication cycle. And the readers can simply just take the subscription. With that one subscription, they can access the entire lot of magazines and they can read it. So we hope that through this mechanism, the audiences and the readers across the country will also be able to make an informed choice between the various kinds of content available on one platform itself. Somebody wants to listen to a TV channel, say somebody mentioned India Today, for instance, a little while back. The previous speaker was talking about India Today. Now, India Today, it has a Hindi channel, it has an English news channel, it has a magazine. That magazine is published in multiple languages. So it's the audience's choice. आपको हिंदी में पढ़नी है, आप हिंदी में पढ़िए, आपको अंग्रेजी में सुननी है, आप अंग्रेजी में सुनिए, और अगर आपको देखना है तो आप उसकी चैनल भी आकर के हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे देख सकते हैं. So the point is about the lowest possible entry barrier to the audiences and the viewers, and providing the greatest possible access to information, education, and entertainment across the board. That is our objective, and we are working strongly towards it. And with partners like the Magazine Association, Magazine Congress, we hope that we will be able to expand this particular activity much further. There are already international platforms which provide similar services. Magster, for example, is well known. Most of the magazines here, some of them are possibly present on Magster also. But we want to have an Indian platform. We want to have an Indian system. As you've seen in recent years, the effort of the government has been that we have to look to what we can create and produce ourselves. When the Prime Minister talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when he talks about Make in India, so these are all efforts going in that direction to show the world that India can create the best content, but India can also create the best platforms.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Absolutely. Vibhorji, would you like to sort of describe what really are the offerings that ONDC is suggesting in association with AIM?
So I think as Gauravji mentioned, there are a bunch of offerings. One, obviously, the Waves OTT being the first one, where you can subscribe to channels. The second one, obviously, is the entire collaboration that we are talking about today, which is to say, how can we make these magazines available? And again, when I say democratize, means not just on one platform, but across platforms. I think one thing that Gauravji really focused on was to say, how do we reduce the access barriers for everyone across the country? Today, what happens is, in a traditional platform approach, as he mentioned, there are a lot of access barriers because you can only access a particular content through a particular platform, right? The intent out here is, how can we make that content available or a magazine available across multiple platforms, where I access that particular magazine through the platform of my choice, as again, someone guiding me to say, you can only access that magazine through a particular specific platform. So I think that's where the entire construct of open networks comes in. And that's where we come in to say, okay, how do we enable such a infrastructure which can provide such features and services for multiple participants to sort of coexist and play. So I think that's what we're focusing and working on.
So how will it practically work?
Yep.
Does that mean that each of the publishers have to create a seller app, or is there an aggregator app that is getting created? And for the consumer, do they come to any of your buyer apps, or how exactly does that ecosystem work?
Just to simplify the terminology, which Pradeep ji used, obviously there's a supply side to it where the magazine or the publishers are getting the supply of the content or the physical magazines. And then there is an access part of it where, people like you and me sort of would access through any sort of platform. It could be Waves or it could be, any other application of our choice that we would want to. So the intent out here is when I talk about a network, there is for a publisher, there just needs to be one access points for you to put your supply on the network, right? So you choose the supply channel of your choice, which what you said is an application, which you use that application to publish your content on the network, right? Once that content is available on the network, any of the other access channels which each of us are using can consume that content, right? Which means, as an example, I'm just taking some names for discussion purposes. I could, maybe the Vediji could sort of use it through Waves OTT, application. I could be using a Google application to access the same content, provided obviously both Waves and Google are on the network, right? However, from a publisher perspective, they have just used one pipe or one channel to sort of publish that content for the entire network. So I think that's where it simplifies the life of everyone. For the publisher, they don't have to go and do a separate partnership with Google, a separate partnership with Waves, a separate partnership with Pradeep ji. They only come on the network once and all of us can access that content. So it simplifies their distribution cost. It simplifies their administrative overheads because they are only looking at, one single pipe. And for us, for all of us, obviously, we have access to much richer content, physical or digital, as the case may be.
So, Gauravji, coming back to you, on the Waves, how exactly would this 99 rupees be shared amongst the publishers? Is it based upon the number of times is it article based, or is it sort of a number of magazines based, or what really is the way in which this 99 would be distributed?
So this 99 rupees is something that we have taken for the entire lot. And there's a formula that we have kept at the back end. And depending on which of these magazines are picked up in that ratio, we will work it out and we will distribute it. So all the magazines that are here with on the platform, we will have the data about which of these are being accessed. And then based on that, we'll do those calculations and share the proceeds.
Okay. But can it tomorrow be in this micropayment methodology also, which means that, depending upon the actual content consumed, that means the number of articles and so on?
So that is something that I think we've not thought about at this point of time. Reason being simply that the magazine is today available to us as a block, as a magazine. It's not available to us in the form of a collection of articles. So therefore, if we were to break it down into a collection of articles, then we would be able to do a pay-per-view for each article also, like you can possibly do on some newspaper or magazine websites. We've not gone there yet. Maybe at a later date we could, depending on how the audience behavior tracks.
Okay. And how will the revenue be shared on the ONDC platform? Because, I have to, as you said, put it on one of the apps. So obviously some money for that app, then it has to be some money for ONDC. How exactly?
So I think the way Gauravji mentioned, there is a bilateral that they have as Prasar Bharati or Waves with each of these publishers, right? It's the same way that would work on the network as well. So we don't interfere in the commercial arrangements between the supply and the demand. It's completely left to the market forces to sort of decide or decipher that. So even if we speak about this 99 rupee offer, that's a very clear bilateral between Prasar Bharati and the publishers. We don't have a role to play in that. What our role is to enable this infrastructure on which this engagement can happen, right? Today, it's free of cost. So there is no fee for availing this infrastructure, which is public infrastructure, which we have created. Tomorrow, obviously, there would be some sort of a fee that would come in at a later stage, where to leverage this infrastructure, the participants have to pay for the value they are deriving from this infrastructure. But that's from a long-term perspective.
Okay.
Otherwise, from a pure commercial arrangement, that's bilateral between the demand and supply sides.
Okay. I come to another area, and in the morning there has been a lot of discussion on that. That when we talk about our content on, say, Google and other social media platforms, etc., we don't know who the user is, because the user is not owned by the content creator, but the user is owned by a YouTube channel or a Google or whatever. And therefore, it was imperative that we know and are able to track and have proper sort of metrics available as to who is reading, what age group, what demographics, and so on, because that is something that then gets monetized. So how exactly would that information sharing be done? How exactly is performance being monitored by Waves, and how it will be shared with the publishers?
Okay, so outside of Waves, on the larger internet, so to say, the user behavior happens in one of two modes. I mean, I'm being very, very simplistic here, but one of two modes. Either it is a defined user or is it an anonymous user. So if you go on to any browser and start browsing a particular site, it'll identify you as a unique user based on your login, but it won't know who you are. On the other hand, if you are logged in into that browser, say for instance, you are using, say, Google, since you mentioned. So Google also has Gmail. It provides you credentials, and using those credentials, you can log in across a multiplicity of services. So if you're using your Chrome browser with a Google login, and therefore whatever you are tracking there, whatever you're reading, whatever you're consuming, all of that gets built into your profile. And since Google has been around for more than 20 years now, so therefore this entire profile builds up over a period of time. It knows who you are, your age, gender, location, and so on and so forth, and then builds a profile. And based on that, it starts throwing up suggestions to you in terms of the advertisements, in terms of what kind of programs you would like. The biggest example you will find there is, say, for example, YouTube. If you're using YouTube on a anonymous mode without logging in, so then in that case the quality of the suggestions will not be very good, but over a period of time it will start improving. If you log in immediately, the quality of the suggestions and prompts will improve very, very substantially. On Waves, for example.
Sorry, my question is, Google knows, YouTube knows, but let's say if I have a YouTube channel, then I do not have that information.
Yes. So what we are doing now is, first of all, on the user side, the Waves OTT does not require you to make a payment. However, it does require you to log in. So which means that you give your mobile number, you get an OTP, you are good to go. That's it. That's all you need to start using the basic services. But what it enables us at the back end to do is to start looking at what is the kind of content that you are consuming. And based on that, over a period of time, as our algorithm gets stronger, we'll be able to provide you better inputs. Now, at a later date, when there's a sufficient amount of content that has been consumed, then in that case, we will be able to also provide very, very specific inputs in terms of what kind of video you watch, what kind of reading content you consume, what kind of music you listen to. And then based on that, we will be able to provide a better information backend to the content producers and suppliers also. Now, what happens is on private media, the amount of money which is shared with them is minimal, and that's a grouse that many of the publishers or content publishers, whether it is audio, video, written, whatever, have had against the multinational. In fact, if I recall correctly, Australia was the first country where they started actually having legislation to the effect that news content or periodical content which is going on to international platforms, the monetization should not be done by the platform itself, but it should be also shared by the content producer. So what we are now attempting to do here is that as our user base grows, as the content consumption on the platform grows, we would be able to then bring back more money to the content producers. And also some of the a huge amount of money actually, which is going outside India today, because these platforms, they repatriate much of the profits that they make here. We want to retain these profits here in India and circulate it back to the content producers so that we can produce even greater volume of content and even greater quality of content for the audiences in India and abroad.
Wonderful. Same question to you.
So I think if I refer back to the earlier point that I made in terms of how the markets have moved, with the platforms coming in, you typically have this digital monopolies which have sort of centralized the entire concentration of value that happens, right? So the end nodes in a typical digital monopoly are have very limited powers left, right? And I think in this case, the publisher on one side and the consumer of content on the other side. I think what the network approach basically focuses on, and the entire design construct of the network approach out here, is how do we empower the end nodes in any sort of a transaction much more, right? And that applies not just to this use case, but to any use case. Today in the platform world, a restaurant does not really know who my consumer is. A brand does not know who my consumer is. And same in this case, the publisher doesn't know who my reader is, right? So the thought process is that how do we move the power back and the decentralize this concentration of value that has happened at the centralized platform back to the end nodes on both the sides, right? So the network construct and ONDC in specific enables that sort of a use case where the end nodes are aware of each other, because ultimately, Waves as a platform or the publisher platform are basically agents of the end content creator and the consumer, right? And they are not really the value creator there, which ended up being in the digital economy. So I think that's the approach we are focusing on, of saying how do we push that back. And therefore, in the network construct, both the publisher and the other side have clear information in terms of who the user is or who the publisher is. I think that's the exchange that happens.
That will be an absolutely wonderful exchange back to this end node. Because so far what has happened is that as far as the consumer is concerned, I mean, my information is known to Google, to Facebook, to YouTube, if I'm using a Chinese phone, then to the Chinese manufacturer, and everything is known. But the content creator, unfortunately, does not know anything. So, if we can actually work on this, the other side of the end node, and have that information shared to them, then it will be a really a great thing. I have 7 minutes left, and I'm sure there will be lots of people who have lots of questions in their mind. So I will now open the floor for questions coming from the audience.
Before there are any audience questions, I would like to ask how many of you have downloaded Waves so far? I think बाकी लोग जब अपना सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, जिन्होंने डाउनलोड नहीं किया है, प्लीज डाउनलोड करिए. Just go to your app store, Apple or Android, and type Waves PB, Prasar Bharati, and download, and you're good to go.
Okay, so are there? Yeah, please.
Just spend a few minutes talking about, as an association, it's a new partnership for us, it's a new launch for us, but what are some of the success cases or success stories that so far have come up, and how can we learn from that and take it? So I think maybe I'll talk about different segments and industries, where we have seen some sort of early success. And I think, so ultimately it's about distribution, right? And so let me take a few examples in terms of how distribution has been really unlocked on a network like ONDC. We recently went live with metro ticketing on the network, right? Now, obviously with companies like DMRC, CMRL, Chennai Metro and others. Now that inventory, the moment it got democratized, right, multiple players sort of started consuming that inventory. So today we have Uber, which consumes the inventory through ONDC network. We have Rapido, which consumes that inventory through the ONDC network, and a host of 15 other players who are consuming that DMRC inventory through the ONDC network, right? So the moment, any inventory which is sort of, I won't say controlled, which is sort of not that easily available out there. The moment you bring it on the network, there are enough consumers who want to sort of, use that. And it's a win-win for both sides, right? For Uber, for Rapido and others, it's easy access to such inventory. And from a DMRC perspective, I think, and I was having a discussion with the MD of DMRC, and his point of view was, before I want to sort of reduce my cost of ticketing, right? And one of the ways in which I can reduce it to make it more digital. And an open network like ONDC, where I just plug in through a single pipe and multiple supply channels can access my inventory, becomes a very great way in terms of being efficient, at the same time, accessing a larger market pool, right? We're seeing the same set of experiences in a lot of other spaces, including financial services. So the network is today live for financial services, products like mutual funds and credit. And again, we are seeing that, with one integration, lender can have access to multiple fintech applications through whom they can open their pipe, right? Or the lending business. Same could be for sachetized mutual funds as well, right? So today you can typically buy, a 20 rupee SIP or a 30, 50 rupees SIP on the network, because the low cost rails of the network are able to enable those transactions, which are, the sachetized transactions. So I think it's just starting. While we have seen some early green shoots in terms of financial services, metro ticketing, and I'm hoping that we'll see, some significant uptake in terms of the magazines as well. But yeah, I think it's about saying, how do we reimagine how people are consuming anything? It's content or products or services, and how can we bring them on the network? I think that's what we're looking at.
Okay. On the Waves platform, would it also be an additional feature where, let's say, if there is a story which is in a text, then automatically it would be also a voice enabled feature on that and so on, because that is now available in a number of different places. So is multi-form consumption of content, is that something that you see, could be coming out in the future?
Not too far in the future. I mean, in this particular case, when we initiated our discussions for the launch, it was barely 2 months back. And in 2 months, we did this entire integration and got it going. But text-to-speech translation isn't transliteration or vocalization is not very difficult. The technology is well established, and I think that's a very good idea. We should be able to implement that very, very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of us have now started doing podcasts and, of course, the traditional video casts and so on. So, all of those could also be content that could be available on that. What about translation? Because that is yet another thing which is there, that, these days there are on-the-fly translation features which are available. Now, one is, of course, that each of us do it. But can we sort of work together in terms of ensuring that that also is built into an automatic sort of a process and that option becomes available?
So as far as text-to-text translation is concerned, that technology is very, very strongly established, at least for most of the bigger languages in terms of the number of speakers. So that is something that we are already using in-house. And for internal translations across our own network for internal use, we are using it. The problem actually is from audio to audio direct or video to video direct, where the quality of the translation still remains a little bit less than what is optimum. So typically what many of these systems do is to break it down into 3 steps. They will first take the audio, and then they'll transcribe that audio into that language. Then they will do a translation into another and then vocalize that. So these 3 steps, I mean, even if you have, say, a 10% reduction in quality at any one point of time, it compounds thrice. And therefore, the quality of the output straight away becomes a little bit difficult. But there are any number of AI companies that are working very, very hard on this problem. And as soon as there is a certain level of minimum trust, confidence that is established, then we'll be among the first to roll it out. The issue is that being the public broadcaster, we really can't afford that even one word that goes out from our side is wrong or liable to any kind of misinterpretation.
Right. We have a question. Oh, we have 1, 2, 3 questions. So maybe in that sequence, one, then after that.
Is there a concern of censorship, restriction, or perhaps data monitoring and data collection, because ONDC could do that?
So there is no, I think from a construct of the network architecture, right? There is no centralization that happens on the network. So there is no central switch sort of a use case where ONDC, any data that passes through the ONDC systems. It's a bilateral between the demand and supply. And we are only an orchestrator in terms of enabling that infrastructure, but are not a participant in the transaction. So therefore, if tomorrow you're consuming some content from any of the publishers, ONDC does not come to know that you are accessing that content. It's a complete bilateral. No, there is no. Because as I said, we are not party to a transaction. There is no central switch through which the content passes. It's a complete bilateral between both the entities.
You may have an issue there because, I mean, with all YouTube, Google, etc., the IT Act has been working in terms of saying that what type of content should be there or not, or on Twitter and so on.
So that's basically left up to the
guidelines that could.
No, I think I'd like to answer that one. As far as the IT Act and the related guidelines and rules are concerned, there are very, very specific conditions under which the content can be either removed or the action taken against the particular handle or channel that is put it up. And these are issues which I think something which promotes public unrest, something which causes damage to India's relations with the other countries, communal kind of statements. So these are the kind of things where action is taken, and I think that is done as far as the entire legal framework is concerned. The more interesting thing is that these questions, if ONDC, for instance, were to ask, or even if, say, we were to start insisting that, boss, don't just give me your mobile number to log in, please give me your address also, then there will be some question which is raised, why should I give you my address? Main sarkar ko apna address kyun do? But there is no problem in, saying that, okay, right now I'll take a selfie of myself or, click a video of myself, or main abhi Pandara Road pe chicken khane ja raha hu. That kind of information we are putting out in the public domain happily. I'm going on a vacation to XYZ place. I'll be out. मेरा घर खाली रहेगा 1 महीने तक. You put out that information on social media. But सरकार ने आपसे अगर आपका एड्रेस पूछ लिया, जो नहीं पूछ रही, but फिर भी अगर पूछ लिया तो आपको इस तरह के सवाल दिमाग में आते.
So you've been with Meti, so you know these issues. They keep on coming up. Yeah.
Hi. A couple of quick questions for Mr. Jain. First one was, the biggest problem which, say, the restaurant industry is had with the dominant players, and that's why they're looking at options, and ONDC seems like a viable option. The challenge has been the commission that is charged. You just mentioned that even for us, there is a bilateral agreement between the seller side app, assuming AIM as a seller side app, and the buyer side app. You said it's bilateral and there are no guidelines. So wouldn't it be better to say put a ceiling, as in 10%, 15%, 18%, whatever, as some ceiling within which it should be done, so that tomorrow one player becomes very active and they don't sort of it's always been somebody starts small and the commissions creep up. So that was one. Second is with the Digi-Art coming in, do you see a conflict because a platform also becomes one of the buyer side apps? So do you see some conflict, potential conflict there, or challenges there?
Sure. So I think if I look at the fundamental construct of the network, which is unbundling, right, where you're breaking the entire value chain into multiple components, and you're getting specialists in that area who sort of do that. From data, what we're realizing over the last 3 years is the sum of parts typically has been lower than the whole, which means that efficiency is coming in each of the legs of the value chain. And therefore you're able to derive a much better commercial value chain economics as against what you would typically find in the platform world, right? And that efficiency comes in with the expertise that each of the component players typically has in being a specialist in that area. I think the intent from a government perspective as well and from ONDC perspective as well was to provide a level playing field, but not be intrusive in terms of the commercial construct or the businesses, the way people want to operate their businesses, right? So it's not about controlling the value chain, it's about enabling the value chain, and the market forces in themselves will sort of drive efficiency. And I think we have enough insights over the last 3 years to see that that efficiency is being drawn. So therefore, I think from a long-term perspective or short-term perspective, there is no intent in terms of we interfering in the commercial aspects. And I think that's the approach. I think the second part is in terms of the role of Digi-Art, right? So again, let me give you an example of, a different example of how Beam came into picture, right? Beam was a reference application or showcase for the world to help people reimagine how payments can work. The intent of Beam was never in terms of being the only player or being the front runner in terms of the payment space. The idea was for the ecosystem to evolve, and therefore you got the Google Pays, the Phone Pays, and the Paytms of the world who took the podium positions, right? Again, from our perspective, Digi-Art is to help people imagine or unlock the future of commerce in terms of showcasing use cases that can be enabled in an unbundled environment, right? I think that's where the intent of Digi-Art, I think we have Digi-Art team present here, is to say that how can you showcase to the world or operate in segments where typically most others will not go, right? So as an example, today, if there's a lot of focus on areas like, helping the publishers or helping the artisans and the weavers of the country or the farm producing organization of the country, those are not very fancy segments where typical platforms would go and play. And as a government-backed entity, we have the mandate and the onus to say, how do we promote those businesses and bring them digital, right? So therefore, what you would see is that Digi-Art would be operating in most of those spaces where you would not find traditional platforms and other players operating to tell to the world and showcase that this is possible. I think that's where we would play. And from that perspective, we don't see any conflict of interest coming in.
Wonderful. When I started the Q&A, 7 minutes were left. It now shows 6 minutes are still left. However, I think the watch has stopped. So therefore, but I'll still have one last question. So,
so one more question for ONDC. See, one of the things that we discussed, and last year, the conversation with ONDC has been going for almost a year now. One of the problem areas that we wanted to address is the vast army of, let's say, the newspaper vendors in the country. Probably that number would be a few lakhs who deliver few crores of newspapers every year. These people know which house is reading which newspaper, which language. They have a lot of human knowledge about each house. Magazines is probably not even a percentage of their sales, or maybe a single-digit percentage of their sales process. And we were wondering, this was our initial, from the beginning, we have had this question. Once everything is live on ONDC, is there a way where this network can be used as a sales agent solution for the newspaper vendors to sell magazine subscription to the households they are selling to? And of course, then this question can then be further taken away because we don't have anybody from Indian Post here, but last conference we actually had Mr. Koshi from ONDC. We also had a senior gentleman from Indian Post. And we had this question that Indian Post employs about 2.5-3 lakh postal workers who again know what is, they know in smaller towns, they know far more details about the houses than maybe in metros. So Indian Post and the newspaper vendors together, this is an army of about 5 to 10 lakh people who know fair deal about whichever houses they are servicing. Can the ONDC network be used as a medium to sort of empower them to sell magazines? I mean, we're talking about, theoretically they can sell anything, but because we're talking about magazines and they are selling magazines or newspapers, can it be empowered to sell magazines, which has sort of been a logistical difficulty for us to sort of reach out to them?
So the very short answer is yes, right? But I think I'll just elaborate in terms of how. I think what we're creating, as I said, over the last few minutes is public infrastructure, right? And that public infrastructure could be used for any product or service, as the mandate has been. So yes, that can be definitely enabled. I think we're looking at innovators like you who can come and say, okay, what's the use case and how we can implement. The infrastructure exists. It's just about saying with that democratization happening, with that access being available now, how do we build newer use cases where, more services of products could be leveraged through the army of, 10 lakh workforce that you spoke about. So definitely, yes.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Gauravji. Thank you, Vibhorji. It's really wonderful. And
thank you, sir. Picture, please, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Gupta, for moderating this chat. Thank you. Next is the launch of magazine store on Digi-Art. We'll just get the stage ready for that. May I please request our friends to be seated so we can start now? I'm so sorry, gentlemen. You have a break after this, though. You can then continue. I don't want to spoil the schedule that we are on. Surely, the next is the launch of magazine store on Digi-Art. Along with the ONDC, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Rahul Vij, Acting CEO and COO of Digi-Art. This is when you applause. And we welcome, sir. Thank you.
Vibhor, would you like to join? Come. Sumit, come in. So yeah. Yeah.
You want a hand mic?
No, that's good. You want a hand mic? Talk about me. I think I'll continue the conversation that was going on in the previous session. Yes, Digi-Art being one of the buyer applications on the network, demonstrating how the democratized network can actually function seamlessly and at a parity which is as good as any other player that exists right now in each of the ecosystem that we talk about. To demonstrate, I think 20 days back is when we decided to launch the whole magazine stack onto the network. In flat 20 days, we have been able to take it live. Would want to show a quick demonstration of the same before we get into understanding the nuances of it and how Digi-Art will help shape the vision that ONDC set into it and what is the role it will play in creating a national shelf for every reader and bringing these magazines, etc., to every doorstep. Some of the points that were discussed recently could also be covered in those, which means can the ecosystem of these 2 lakhs, 3 lakh distributors leverage this national shelf to order and distribute it to the houses, which are only restricted to newspapers as of now. Before that, just a video. Yeah, you want to know? I think while we watch this, I think it would be more easier if each of us can just download it quickly. It's available on both Android and iOS Play Stores. Again, the idea is it operates on the open network, as good as a commerce shelf that can be available on any of the existing players. But yes, the advantages that come with this is each and every publishing house can independently become a D2C store or a digital shelf for itself, which means the URL links provide you a digitization of your own content, which can be promoted
via personalized marketing channels, via your own existing websites. Tomorrow, a newspaper house wants to just cross-sell the respective links. No need to create that digital infrastructure. The public infrastructure extension provided by ONDC via Digi-Art can just allow you to pick and start promoting your own house, own print house, own magazine or content that has been created, and I'll reach out to the users in as simplified way as a WhatsApp can do for you or your digital content can do for you. Yes, it allows you to just complete the journey. Any commerce transaction happens where all the content can be delivered to your doorsteps, which are being currently managed. It just provides you a bigger and a wider reach through this content. Cool. That's it. Any questions? Sure.
Yeah, hi everyone, Dhaval here again. So I just want to detail this a little bit more. So I've been coordinating with Rahul and his team for the last few months. And, a few points, I think, to make the store live today, the team has put in tremendous effort over the last, I would say, literally 30 days to get the store live. So a very, very big thank you for Rahul and his team to, help us take this live. And I really want to encourage all the publishers to download DigiHeart. You saw a transaction happen right there. And similarly for magazines, there are 4 stores already there. What we will be doing over the next month is that for all the AIM members, we will be setting up sessions so that everybody can create, of course, their own seller-side stores and start hosting the magazines. Not just a one-time thing, but in fact, update that on a monthly basis. This will be made relevant not just for single copy sales, but also 6 monthly subscriptions, annual subscriptions, 3 yearly subscriptions, etc., etc. So this network, I think, will allow a lot of us to also marry it with the distribution networks that we have, which Anant was talking about in the question that he said that, there are about more than 5 lakh centers, and, how can we use that distribution network? Assistive e-commerce through DigiHeart starts becoming a very, very strong value proposition. I think it'll allow us to, as media houses, to get on top of sort of this very large network that ONDC and DigiHeart is therefore offering. So yeah, I just wanted to add that. And Rahul, thanks a lot to you and your team for making this happen. And again, I'd really encourage all of you to download the app, and then we'll be in touch from AIM body to make sure that you guys can all get online seamlessly, get your SKUs, get your brands online, and also start transacting very quickly. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is 4:35. Doesn't usually happen कि हम एक इतने loaded conference में before time चल रहे हो. But I think God's been kind today. Thanks to all of you. It's 4:35. 5 o'clock sharp. We'll start with the next session. It's time for a quick networking break that you all should definitely take. 5 o'clock with the next one. A couple of sessions more, and then the awards as well. Thank you.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी
अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves OTT app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस्ट बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, रील नहीं है, और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है, डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानी never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old नहीं पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds. एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल, जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free. And watch for free.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल, जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, कश्मीर भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानी never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds. एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी, फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves OTT app now and watch for free.
भारत की संस्कृति का दर्पण प्रसार भारती है कराता, भारत के हर रूप का दर्शन। कभी भारत की बदलती तस्वीर है, कभी भारत की बदलती आवाज, कभी भारत की बदलती सोच है, कभी भारत का बदलता अंदाज। प्रसार भारती भारत का आने वाला कल है प्रसार भारती भारत का बदलता आज।
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। कान लगे होते थे, दिल लगा होता था, बस आवाज सुन भारत हंसता था, रोता था। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। रामायण दिखी, लेखू दिखा, चित्रहार दिखा, महाभारत दिखा, एशियाड दिखा, पोखरण दिखा, मिस वर्ल्ड दिखी, वर्ल्ड कप दिखा, चंद्रयान दिखा, इनसैट दिखा, नई कहानियों ने नया भारत लिखा। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल। टाइम है बदला, जस्ट बात वही है, दिल जिसको लाइक करे बात वही है। कहानी नहीं है, फील नहीं है, मिली और फैमिली के साथ रील नहीं है। जुबली हिट्स भी है, न्यू हिट टॉप भी है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन भी है, हिप हॉप भी है, पश्मी भी है, मंकी किंग भी है, न्यू रिलीजेस बॉलीवुड की न्यू थिंग भी है। डॉगी भी है, न्यू फौजी भी है, लाइव पॉडकास्ट और गेमिंग 5G भी है, एवरग्रीन भी है, कहानी never been told, Gen Z भी है also Gen old, नई पुरानी, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds, best of both the worlds. एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
एक जमाने से कहानी है सुना रही आकाशवाणी। फिर आया एंटरटेनमेंट का रेवोल्यूशन, जब कोने कोने पहुंचा दूरदर्शन। कहानी नहीं बदली, स्टाइल गया है बदल। जो कहानियां हम सुनते आए, देखते आए, अब वही वैसी ही कहानी सुनाएगा डिजिटल।
Download Waves app now and watch for free.
Hello.
Can you please request everybody to now take their seats? You all seem extra re-energized, which is good, of course. Awards are almost over. Before that, can you all please take our seats? Friends at the back, friends in the front. So sorry to disturb all of you, but yes. Please. If anybody of your colleagues are outside, can you make sure कि वो भी अंदर आ जाएं? Okay. Can we all please take our seats? Thank you. Chaliye, for our next session, Mr. Nath spoke of this in the morning, that how along with the print, digital world is also thriving, and both of them are here to stay. Now we'll get into the details of it. The next session, or rather a talk or a fireside chat, it's on the power of print in a pixelated world, why magazines still